Good morning, coffee. Slurp, slurp. Bitcoin hit that resistance, almost hit it 106,435. This is ascending resistance in the channel we've been in since oh last Thursday.
Is that Mike?
Yeah, it is. What's up?
Good morning. How are you?
How you doing?
Are we really
Little,
like $4 away from each other? I have 106,431. And you
well,
said
I was
106,435.
moving my cursor, but yeah, my cursor right. Well, that's for the next if it hits it again.
Yeah.
But it was 140 106,432. Ascending inverted head and shoulders is basically what that is. So we'll see what happens. We got a vector down to 105, 170, but the bottom
Yes.
of this channel is 1024-ish.
Yep.
If
1024.
it could
Like
break,
I said, the 1026 was still in play the other day.
I'm
Yep.
not sure. It's on the 15 minutes it's overbought, so it's probably going to come down a little bit. But I don't know. Later today we got a target of
Pushing up right here.
1089
Yeah.
possible. But if it breaks above the 106 range here, it's in another ascending channel, which brings us the top of that resistance would be like by the time it got there like 111.4 or something like that.
Yes, it is.
But there's licks up to like
113, 114, 116.
yeah.
Yep.
But when you hit that, like when it gets to 109, it might stall out there, or even 1089, something like that. But I don't know if we have enough juice to get up there, but who knows? I'm not picking sides. We've still kind of been just sideways for a couple of weeks, so for the most part, for me, kind of more or less.
Yeah.
You know,
It's just building.
108 down to like 102. It's kind of been sitting in that range for
1088
well,
is
not 2 weeks. I'm sorry, not 2 weeks. More like since last Thursday.
yeah.
Yeah.
We're about to get there.
I vote to break up where it's out of this channel and let's go.
Yes, I agree with you.
Let's go.
If you want that, let's see. If you go to the 1 hour, right? That's looking very bullish.
Yep.
So that's gonna want to test that upper range up that 111, 111.2. And Bitcoin's back at it's tapping that resistance right now. So it's on the 1 hour anyways, but
111, 219 is
yep.
Yep.
That's funny. We got the same targets every time.
Every time. Yeah.
Like within a few bucks. But
Yep.
who knows? That could take a couple days, right?
Yeah, it could. Yeah.
But I mean today realistically, I could see it 108.8, 108.9. And now you're looking at a larger inverted head and shoulders to 108.9, and even you could call that 110. Yep,
right.
exactly. Yep.
Right here. Yeah, this is
But that's hourly.
There. Yep. I'm on the 30 minute, and the 30 minute is even, well, the 30 minute has to get over that ascending resistance there.
Yeah, right, a little bit higher, 106 something. Yep.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, you could see the
highs right there, 244, 111.
Popped it over there for a second too. Did you see that? These
Yes,
big
sir.
buys just popped it over.
Let's go.
So it grabbed some. It didn't grab the licks that are sitting above. Oh no, it grabbed one. So if it can grab these, we might see 106.7, no problem. 106.
Yeah, 106.708.
Yep. Or better for the bulls if it kind of pops back. I don't know. It's pretty overbought on the 30 minute. So if it could hold that 106.430 something, you'd be looking pretty to hold the range above.
Yeah, pretty.
We got too many. The licks are too close above not to today grab that 107 at least.
Yep.
Maybe even 108, right?
Yeah.
I still like that target of 108.9, 109.
Yep.
GM. Where my homies at? Look at these. These candles.
But yes,
Pretty.
scroll back, zoom your chart back to Thursday or
Yeah, man. A lot of us have been holding positions since the beginning of the trap. So like we've been waiting for like 106,500, which we tapped earlier. And then we took profit and we repositioned again and we're looking good again. We just passed 106.5. Here we
Yep.
go. Here we go. Here
oh,
we
so you've been trading basically you just
Yeah.
traded a bullish fractal and the fractal just played out. So now you got to see where you're going. It might go up a little bit, but it is kind of overbought. So
Yeah, I'm just on the big caps right now. So it's Solana, Sweet ETH. Solana's mighty right now. I
yeah,
was
they're
talking
all following. They're all the same. They're all
guys,
following Bitcoin.
Solana's looking huge because a bunch of the communities were like, it's time. And then you know Solana, right? Solana does this long consolidation in a range.
Yeah, I've been
Before.
trading. I'm in Solana.
Yeah. Let's go, baby.
It's all
You got
about Bitcoin.
190
Though.
for your Solana target?
We're looking at 165 first. 165 is
Yep.
164.5 is the 800.
Yep.
If we pass that, we're gonna look good for
172.
Yeah,
Yeah.
170, 172. Yeah, I'm looking at that
Um.
also.
Yeah,
But we
but
need to
just
pass 165 first. 165
yes,
is
but what you really need because I'm in Seoul also. I've been in Seoul for a long time. Hedged both ways, but you got to watch Bitcoin. But if you look at the charts, they look identical.
I totally agree, man. Totally agree. Right now, we're still in the Bitcoin cycle, but like, I like it when retail
When the Bitcoin
suddenly-
cycle's done and the alts
Yeah,
keep
they're
going.
kind of
Yeah. That's gonna
they
be
stop
that could be
buying
later this
spot.
year though.
Yep. So that's what I saw. Like I think about 2 hours ago, I was looking at like futures long versus spot, and spot was kind of ramping up, and I was like, "Ooh, this is something." I didn't expect the move on Bitcoin though, but like, yeah, that's a plus. Sui moving up, creating a new high. That is a lower low though, so careful on Sui.
Now for
Might not-
Seoul on the 1 hour, we went a little bit over it. Shoot, I was gonna say it was almost cup and handily looking.
Yeah, and
The right
beautiful thing-
rim went a little too high though.
Higher
But
low. Higher low on ETH, higher low on Sol. I'm a little
It's
50-50
close
on
enough.
Sui because it's a lower low on Sui, but let's see.
Seoul target would be, let's say this was a cup and handle. The right rim is a little high.
Yeah.
I know 1 hour.
We
The
like
target
that.
would be like 167 target for Seoul. What's
Yeah.
that?
164.5 is 800. I'll take some profit there. 164.5 is actually the start of the trend. If you look at the
Mhm.
Yeah,
from where
exactly.
the
Yep.
trend,
Yep.
uptrend started when Bitcoin rallied to its all-time high. That's where the trend started. The 800 is exactly at 164.5 right
Yeah,
now.
exactly. That's the 200 on the 1 hour.
Yes, sir. So
And
we're
then
looking
you'll
good.
go
And there's a gap there
that area
also.
to the,
There's
go
a
ahead.
gap there on liquidations. So the liquidations are heavy up to 16356, but there's kind of a gap up to that 200 EMA or the 164.
Yep.
So actually, if it could break that 164
Mhm.
and it can
Yep.
get to the 165.25, the target is actually 167. So it might run.
Yeah. On this candle alone, Bitcoin has had 700% increase in volume on this candle alone.
Yeah, Soul's pushing and it's oversold on the 1 hour. I don't know.
Dude, it's healthy under 15, healthy under 1 hour. This is going. I think it wants to stabilize at 172.
Yeah, 172-ish.
And then
172.31.
do a retest here at 166 to 168. You know, just
One,
kind of
I
rest from
think
there.
it retests at 167 and some change.
Yeah. It's
Yep.
around that range, right? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
I love it when speculations are in line. I love that.
yeah. Like
It
I
just boosts
know
confidence,
one
right?
six.
You're not like, okay, so he has something different. I have
Yeah,
something
yeah.
different.
We have some confluence when we talk to each other and we come up with the same targets. 164 might
0.5,
be a
yeah.
little pivot for a micro, right? But so like if you're
Yeah.
longer scalping it for today, like for me, I may or may not sell. Like, I might not sell for my hedges. I'll take profits on those pivots, like the 164. But this looks strong and Bitcoin's strong today, so for me, I might just hold and take the little drawdown, even if it comes back down to 160, because I
Yeah.
think it's still going to hit the 167 later today. But
I don't mind if it decides to rest for a bit, comes back to this top of this range right here at 160,
exactly.
comes back, and then
Yep.
gets more strength and pushes up. That
Yeah,
would be
and actually, yeah, because we are in it created a vector from
yeah,
160 to where we're at here, or
thick vector.
163. It's just pushed a little bit
But
more.
today, the vector, we don't care about the vector because like if Bitcoin pushes like this all the way to one,
It'll hit it and then it'll keep going. Exactly.
yeah, it'll keep going. So see,
Yeah. And not for nothing, but yeah, that 174. Yep. Yeah, 174 would be nice. Cool. All right, Bitcoin on the 1 hour though, it created that rising wedge, and that targets back down to the bottom of the range, so back to the 102.4 area. But it has a vector down to 105.4.
Yeah.
well, we got a
But
lot of vectors underneath. We got a lot of vectors above. So let's see. I'm on the macro though. This range is still bearish.
yeah, we're at the top of it. We just broke the
Yeah,
top of it. Yeah. But
we're like at the top.
on the 1 hour Bitcoin, we broke that, and we did come back down and test it on this 1 hour. Well, almost tested it. So the bulls are still looking good here.
Mhm.
It's a 15-minute doing.
What? European Central Bank is officially launching its digital euro pilot. Here we go. Bullishness.
Yeah, let Bitcoin get that 108. Let's go.
Let it taste it. Let it taste it.
I'm
When it
sorry,
comes to
BJ. Were you? I heard you in the back, I think.
It's okay.
oh,
No problem. You guys said everything I would say.
I got pumped. I got pumped when I saw BJ's chart earlier. So like I was looking forward to a bullish Tuesday.
Yay. Here we go. We're almost at this number here.
This would be really cool.
Yep.
Take people
Here we
up
are.
800.
It did come back down and test it on the 15. Exactly tested that fucking
Yep.
resistance. So that's good.
We're in the perfect spot right here. This is fabulous.
So the 15-minute stochastic's hot.
But look what the 4 hours got. 4
Yeah,
hours.
the the
Perfect.
4 hour.
1 hour is healthy. The 1 hour is healthy. We're
4
we're
hours.
midway.
Perfect.
So to me, the 4 hours, the stochastic's pretty hot, right? So that's not good for like late. Maybe we do. It tells me that yeah, we might go grab that higher up, the 108 or something, but because the stochastic on the 4 hours is so high, it might not be able to reach that 111 by the time it has to cool.
No.
Maybe
Yeah,
not one.
the 111
Same with
will
the
be
same with the
push.
2 hour. 2 hours the same, and then the 1 hour has some hope. But then again, even the 1 hour, it's got some room to go up, but ooh.
We have to cross 1079. We have to get over this 108562
Yeah, and
and
that's
preferably
heavy.
109. Yeah.
Yeah, 108, 1089 I got,
Mhm.
but ooh, because the higher time frames over 1 hour, 2 hour, 4 hours, it's gonna be. I could see it getting to there, but it's gonna be hard for it to break that, in my opinion. Only because the 1 hour is
I don't know.
pretty
Those
hot.
parts they're gonna have to cover pretty hard, or so
Yeah,
I think we're gonna get a gap up once we cross 107, 1078 is gonna be a quick ride up to
1078.
Mhm.
What's going on, strangers?
Hey,
Holy, oh shit! He woke up early. It's gonna be a bad day for me. I'm
What's
getting
up?
timed out. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, D. How you
What's going
doing?
on, good people? Good,
Yeah.
frustrated, but good.
Everything is cool.
Took a day off yesterday, I guess, to do other shit. Unwillingly, but you know.
you did it though. You got your time you needed, maybe.
Oh, I would have given it all up. I was so bored. I'm not even gonna lie. I was so bored. What's going on, people? We hit our target 1. Target 2 is
Yeah.
at 1082, but we've got to break
sir.
this range to get there. So, not really. Don't really have a lot of hopes for that without some
Yeah, we were
fight.
discussing the range. I mean, like, if we're still in bearish channel, the 4 hour looks a little squeamy.
I can see getting it. I just don't think there's enough juice to break a higher.
We got the juice. I'm telling you guys.
There
We're
you
good.
go.
I'm
There
with
you
you,
go.
Drew.
Bulls need
I
to
There
learn
got
their
we go.
lesson that if they can't take the range, to stop attempting. This is bullshit. If you don't got what it takes to take the range, then stop attempting it, because all you're doing is destroying sentiment.
Yeah, it makes them weaker. It makes the bear stronger.
Makes us look weaker, you know, which is all that really matters with sentiment, right? How shit looks.
Yep. It gives the shorts too much time to enter better positions.
Everybody
You're up
make it through
early today,
yesterday,
D-Block.
okay? Wasn't too much action, anyways, except for dominance, right? We love this. Definitely love that. But we still
Yo,
got
did
to
an
break
alert
some
wake you up? Are you
levels.
just waking up? Are you just waking up early now, D-Block?
Nah, I went to sleep dumb early, bro. It's crazy. Like when I don't have to be on till 5 o'clock in the morning with Charles, like I get sleep. It's weird. Nah, I passed out from shit boredom, bro. First it was electricity, then it was the lights, then it was the lights and the electricity, and then they would take turns. So it's like, you know what?
Looks like you're gonna have rain for days down there.
Nah, it was bad, bro. It was bad. Remember, like 2 weeks ago, I told you they were working on some lines in the neighborhood because some dude with the tree or whatever.
Yeah.
Same house, bro. Same guy.
For real. Wow.
Yep. Same guy, different tree.
Starting to smell like a sabotage or something.
I'm about to go and start in the middle of the night and cut down everybody's trees in the neighborhood that are close to the power lines. Shit. Start
So that's
poisoning some trees in the
one day of
neighborhood.
not trading. One day of not trading, you're never retiring, dude. You're gonna be trading forever.
Oh, yeah. No, I could tell you that from now. And I took
Amazing
some
still
trades
have-
yesterday for sure.
Noise.
I can't believe they still have what do you call it, like power lines above ground. where
Bro,
you-
screw that. They got the power lines above ground still on wooden poles. Like some of these neighborhoods in Miami haven't even gone to like the cement pole above ground, which is still not, up to date. Underground is where you're supposed to go, but you can't dig in Florida without creating a
You got a
pool.
swamp in there.
Yeah. Trust me, our cables would be way worse underground sitting in water.
Donald Trump Jr. saying his family is all in Bitcoin and crypto because they were debanked.
God.
You know they got bank accounts. They weren't debanked. That's their words. They were debanked.
Well, you know, Nigel Farage was debanked over in the UK, and he was hit pretty hard. There's been a lot of confluence with debanking.
Saw
in the
Kanye
last
Do you
get
think Donald
debanked.
Trump
5
Jr.
years.
got debanked in the United States?
I don't know.
Maybe
I don't
by
know
one
about that.
bank.
I'm just saying that you never know what you know what they've gone through. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
If you hold any sort of contentious opinions and are a very public figure, I would worry about debanking.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a good lawsuit. I'd invite debanking. Open up a bank to a lawsuit. That'd be fun.
Those terms of service in the bank, bro. If you sit and actually read that, a million reasons that they can cut you off if they feel like it. They did take off. I mean, just recently we've had a bit of a W for crypto where they gave guidance to the banks that they're no longer to debank people because of crypto purchases. Pretty sure everybody
Yep.
in here has had the bank screw with them over a crypto purchase.
Yeah, they do have to give you proper notification, valid reasons. That, banks do violate contracts.
Excuse me.
It's actually my next move. I'm plotting on suing a bank.
We're so close to that 50 on the daily, guys.
Yep. Did your lawsuit come out, Drew? Or is that over?
No comment.
Oh, okay.
I'm not allowed to talk
I
about
hear
it.
you loud and clear.
Everything's all good. Yeah, I'm a happy camper, but I'm about to get
Yeah.
happier.
Okay, good.
Sounds like he said no to a proposal.
Yeah, it sounds like he's got the upper hand, is what it sounds like.
No,
Yep.
everything. I'm good right now. So, I made an agreement, but it was a forced agreement basically. So I'm gonna pursue further because my agreement was forced. Yeah, if you ever try to make an agreement with someone and they don't show you proper financials and you're forced to sign blind, it's called duress. You're forcing under duress and a blind deal. And that happens a lot in contracts. And people just sign so they get the settlement, but the company providing the settlement offer is not giving you the proper instruments to do your due diligence to make that decision. And if they do that, and you're under economic duress to make that decision because they're holding your money hostage, then you have a second case even after you get paid.
Just a quick update on M2 because I was looking at this yesterday. That dip that we were expecting to double bottom on M2, the green, how the green double bottomed on the green, we're all but there. I mean, you could point at this and say maybe it got front run, but I'm not ready to call that just yet. I think there could be one last dip down to really touch this 50, unless price sustains itself long enough to where the 50 comes up. Not a lot of room left to grab there at all. 50 is now sitting at 100K. When we first started expecting that drop down, we were sitting down at like 96, 95. So things are starting to pick up a little bit. And seeming as the next step on M2 is a straight shot, it's very important to be paying attention around these times. And in my opinion, it's not the time to let a drawdown scare you out of your position. Just my advice, non-financial advice, personal life advice. Do not be shook.
Yeah, Bitcoin on the daily is oversold. So
Let me show you guys something crazy right here, real quick. Get rid of this MACD even though. RSIs on the monthly. Right? Sol is in the middle. Some are in the middle. Most are not. If you look at BTC, hold up the wrong RSI. Look at Bitcoin's RSI, stochastic RSI on the monthly. Right? Let's just scroll down some of these alts. AIOZ is at the bottom and crossed. Some of the newer ones aren't going to happen. AR is at the bottom. AVAX is at the bottom and crossing. That. I mean, I'm not even going to call the names. I'm just going to scroll through these RSIs real quick. Seeing what I'm seeing?
Close.
Ooh, that Doge look nice.
Only ones that don't have any that you're seeing that don't have any are brand new coins who haven't been around long enough to have an RSI on a monthly. NQ's at the bottom and flipping. Nvidia's at the bottom and flipping. Bitcoin. UIR is getting close. Ray's getting close. Render is down at the very bottom. H-bar is touching down. SCI is touching down. Hype is touching down. STX is at its bottoms. Swift is at its bottoms. This is not the time to be playing with these positions, guys. Total 3 is touching down and crossing. USDT dominance at the top and crossing.
That's beautiful.
VRA. Wilder. Yeah, some of these are ripe and ready on the monthlies. So what I'm saying is, yeah, could there be some more drawdown? Yeah. Could we, come down 101, 100? Yeah, we can. Is the time to be panicking out of positions because of it? In my opinion, no.
It almost looks like on the hourly that Bitcoin's trying to invalidate what could have been a head and shoulders looking formation. Now, since its second shoulder is going up pretty high.
Well, our weekly close invalidated our bearish div, which is amazing. At least for this week.
1089 is an inverted head and shoulders.
Yeah, I'm back, Hoover. Had some technical difficulties.
Were there numbers that came out this morning?
With the head and shoulder, the rule I know is like as long as the head is taller than the shoulders, right? How do you invalidate the head and shoulder if one of the shoulders is higher than the head?
Yeah, that invalidates it for sure. Funny thing about the way that Bukowski threw out head and shoulders, head and shoulders have 100% chance of playing out by Bukowski. Which is like, well, that's dumb. We know that head and shoulders don't play out 100%. Why would that be? Well, the way that he made head and shoulders was the head and shoulder is not a head and shoulder until it breaks. This is not a head and shoulder until that breaks. Therefore, since it's not a head and shoulder until it breaks, head and shoulders have a 100% chance of breaking. So it's kind of weird the way he did it. But yeah, the invalidation is coming above your necklines, your shoulder lines. That would be an invalidation. You grab this coffee. I'll be right back.
Yo, Drew, what's our target for Doge? Because remember, I got a bag.
Come on, everyone knows it's $4.20.
No, at least like for the week, like short term.
I'm still short term. My short term still 29 cents.
Got it. Yeah, that kind of looks good.
Damn, 29.
I mean, probably the resistance a little bit higher than that, but that would be like the safe call, 29 around there.
Let me check.
At 25. Oh.
Easy algo where we headed.
25 is easy peasy to break, in my opinion. Because we already had so much trouble breaking, and now it's like I think this next time, Bitcoin's able to push, and as long as we got Bitcoin pushing, and 25 is going to break easy.
Then you'll hit the 29. What are you saying? You wouldn't want to hold it up until higher up, 34, or because of the drawdown?
Everything
the
depends
drawdown
on
from
Bitcoin.
29. Yeah, you're right. And the drawdown after hits 29 could be back down to 23ish. I gotcha.
The
But I'll be
must
watching
compliment
Bitcoin
is that
more with them.
28.8 has to do. Otherwise, it's not going to make it if it does not get 27.8. And it's possible that it gets stopped at 26.3, between 26.3 and 26.580.
Yeah, that's why I'll be watching Bitcoin more than I'll be watching Doge. And
Yep.
whenever I see Bitcoin's momentum really shift on like a higher frame, then I'll make my decision on Doge.
Yo, BJ, when we doing the ETH version of the Matrix?
I can't do it today because I'm actually going to the Heart concert in Lexington. So
Okay.
I'm very busy. I'm so excited about that. I don't know, you guys, some of you are younger.
Awesome.
I love Heart. So I'm excited about that concert. So well, let's try to shoot for maybe the next day after tomorrow. Yeah, that concert is tonight.
Yeah, that's fine. At least we have like when things calm down. Yeah.
Yep. But yes, I would love to do that. And I'll just put something in the general that I'll, what time or whatever.
Don't laugh at me, BJ, but I got these dreams in my playlist.
Oh, awesome. I love it. I tell you what, they're just fantastic.
All I want to do is make love to
Yeah.
you. Yeah, what a great
Yeah.
song.
Yep, a great song.
I'm up here from the Pacific Northwest, so they're local, so they got quite a following up here.
Oh, that's good.
Dude, I'm
What are you
Filipino.
close to? What are you close to? Seattle or where?
Yeah, Seattle.
So I think I might be coming up to Seattle in September. We'll see. My son is based in Washington at McCord, so I might want to go out to see him.
Yeah, the worst traffic is at Lewis McCord outside of Seattle.
I bet it is.
I don't know. I'm looking at Doge and I'm thinking with all the things happening in the outside world involving Elon, And what I'm having a hunch on what's going to be incorporated on X.com and with Tesla and the robo taxis, I might have to just hold past 29.
Yeah, hold the 43 at least.
Yes, for sure. Because 64 is right around the corner.
I love how BJ says like 64 is just around the corner. I love it.
Why not just
It
hold
is.
to $1, guys? I mean, it's right there.
Yeah, and it's
Right.
$1.69, by the way.
All right, then I might as well hold till 420, right?
Yes, 420. Yes,
Why are we
I
even?
agree.
Why are we even selling?
Exactly.
Just
Ever.
to get
buy.
more, though. Hold on, wait.
I'm just,
Just
No, you
I'm
want
just
to
trolling.
just want to sell and buy more. That's what you want to do.
I'll
Yo,
pull up my
BJ,
Doge
you're
chart
going to
real
art
quick.
center,
Hold
right?
on.
Yes.
I'm, if you're Filipino, if you want to be in karaoke, you can't hold the mic unless you know how to sing alone.
Oh, that's a good one.
It's
Very good.
terribly hard to sing.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I can tell you that my top target for Doge isn't 34 anymore, because this bull flag broke down. But I still do have
43.
31 as a target currently.
You're going to say 35.3
Hold
to
on.
35.5.
Got some work to do. She's got to get back over that uptrend. And we're halfway through this vector. If dominance put in that lower high, officially, we don't know yet. But if this is officially the lower high for dominance and we don't take that level again, then maybe Doge doesn't have to go down any further. But this smack has to hold. My opinion.
hold.
So once it comes over the 21.5, the look back shouldn't be past 19.8 anymore. It should be really finished at 20 cents.
Oh, if it holds 20, I'm gonna buy more. If it holds
Yeah,
20, I'm gonna-
unless it breaks down to fast from the 25 or 25, 26, and then falls underneath 21.4, then you might have an issue to get back down to 17, 18.7. Like, but I don't think so. If this is the bottom here, then the support will be above 20 cents.
It's like Bitcoin's still pushing right here. It's trying to.
Bitcoin just hit our measured move, our first measured move. Small W's in the chat. Small cautious W's in the chat.
Just a low conscious W.
Just one air horn. Go too crazy. Next measured move is the top of the vector at 1088, but we've got to break this SR flip. This SR flip is major. This is where we drop down from. This is where we prove that this isn't just a deviation out of the range. Anybody spoken to, I don't know if he popped in yesterday. Anybody speak to Zusi?
No, why?
Haven't heard about him. I haven't heard from him after all that shit that happened in France. I mean, not that I expect him to be in the middle of it or anything, but I've been wanting to ask him about it.
Wait,
What happened in France?
The fires and the riots they had after the game.
Oh yeah. I hope he's okay.
Yeah, he's fine.
Of
Let me
course.
see.
But one thing I can tell you about Zusi is he was not in that crowd. You know what I mean?
He's on his balcony watching.
Yeah, Zusi's hanging out, bro.
Stinky up, eating some baguette. And
Yeah,
just, like,
Zusi's just buttering a baguette, watching Paris burn.
Why?
Good morning, beautiful people. How's everybody doing?
What's going on, bro?
Bonjour, monsieur. Where's Zusi? Wait. Hey, look at our targets, brother.
Hey, did anyone actually catch Chairman Powell's speech yesterday?
Bit of
Yeah,
a
he said nothing.
nothing burger. Yeah.
Nothing burger. Well, that's good at least.
That's good, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Yeah. I'm glad there wasn't some long, drawn out press conference after.
Yeah.
That's the problem,
Yeah,
bro. It's
for
always the press
real.
conference, but it's never the speech.
I think right now all we're waiting for is the framework from Atkins, because he's supposed to come up with some proper framework for crypto and digital assets. And once that comes out, man, there's a lot of money on the sideline just waiting for him to finish the final draft.
All he did yesterday just hold the BTC price for 1 hour. The price was just hanging between 100, 200 points. That's what he did. That's what his speak did to the Bitcoin, and nothing else he said. With the purple tie.
Oh, you don't know about the Purple Revolution movement?
Purple is the color of the Royals.
Nice party. You know, there's their select crowd. If you look at Hillary Clinton, she's down with the Purple Gang. There's a Purple Gang.
I think in the future there's an opportunity for a purple president to come in, meaning somebody split down the middle. We can't just keep going to the extremes. Eventually, some well-spoken, rational individual is gonna stand up and sort of unite this shit.
That's what Purple's about. But I think people are infiltrating the Purple that might not be about both sides. So that's where it gets spooky.
Pete's pretty purple.
George Soros is pretty purple.
All right, let's go down lower time frames. See if we can get this vector recovery here. Got 145 people on and only 51 likes. Let's get those likes going. You guys still mad at me for yesterday? My bad.
Boy, I must say, at first I was a little worried, but then as soon as I pulled up the dominance chart on one of my screens, man, you've been training us quite well, bro. I appreciate you.
I'm glad to hear that, bro.
I got into a couple positions and that I was pretty happy in, a couple shorts. But yeah, confidence level is coming up the roof over here. It's good. I like it. The puzzle is
XRP
slowly
looking
coming
really
together.
good. Yeah, XRP looking tasty today. It's finished with its
So
retest
does
on
the
the 800.
Bitcoin.
Looking at Solana.
Bitcoin's finished testing its retesting its 800. Looking good. I'm just waiting for Solana
Yeah.
to test its 800. Sui is holding back something. I'm looking for a big candle from Sui.
Bro, I think it was just because they
Have a
had
long
their
one on it right now.
unlocks.
It's the only big cap that seems to. Yeah, they have their unlocks every end of the month, huh?
Yeah, it was on the 2nd of June when they unlocked.
Two pretty big resistances to break here. Right, we got that SR flip in the top of our flag. Bulls really want to invalidate this bearish channel as soon as possible. RH, you need to get above and hold.
Looks like BlackRock sold some Bitcoin and bought more Ethereum.
BlackRock had its biggest outflows on Bitcoin ETF last week.
Interesting.
But remember, BlackRock buys bottoms.
That's a good sign for Ethereum.
I mean, not buys bottoms, sorry. It sells bottoms for the most part.
Do they do that on purpose, or is that like, why do they do that?
Because it's not BlackRock, right? It's ETF holders. So people look at the BlackRock inflows and outflows and they're like, well, why do they keep buying the tops and selling the bottoms? It's like, well, they're not doing that. Retail's doing that. Retail that's holding the ETFs is panicking and doing the same thing that we see retail do on spot. Right? What does retail do on spot? They buy the tops and they sell the bottoms. All BlackRock does is facilitate. Yeah.
Am I the only one hoping Bitcoin will go down to 101 before it goes way up? Grab all the liquidity there and then go up.
No, I'm with you. Unless we just want to make another fake attempt at all-time high and fail again.
Let's not do that.
Because there's still a lot to grab down there before we go all the way up.
Of course, if we didn't have enough money to break through it the first time, and we haven't picked up any extra money, then I'm incentivized to tell you that we still don't have what it takes. Right? We'd be counting on FOMO at that point. will the FOMO be big enough the next time we get to 112 to pop it?
Anybody know if Trump acquired that $2.5 billion worth of Bitcoin yet?
He did what?
They're acquiring $2.5 billion worth of Bitcoin.
Oh, I'm not sure.
They said they already raised 2.2 billion worth. Like they didn't get the Bitcoin yet, but they raised the money to buy it, and they did that by selling 50 million shares. So some of the stockholders were kind of pissed.
Waiting on the dip. But 2.5 billion. I mean, 24-hour trading value is 45 billion on Bitcoin. So 2.5 billion will make a little candle, but the FOMO from them announcing that they officially bought might do it. You know what I mean? They buy the 2.5 and then drop it, like drop the wallet on us. Show it. Maybe that'll do something.
Have you gone through the alts Dbloc by chance?
Just really quickly. I mean, we did it day before yesterday, and everything was very close to their 50s on the daily. So I would have to assume that a good majority of them came down to those. The ones that were underneath, you wanted to pop back up to their 50s. The ones that weren't at their 50s yet, you needed to come back down. All right, so Doge was underneath, and it started to pop back up. It's retesting its 50 now. ADA, same deal. Popped down, cleared that vector. We needed a couple days of up to sort of secure that stopping volume candle. It's the same thing basically on all of them. AIOZ, same deal. AIXBT came down to its 50. AR is making its way back up. Everything's doing what it's supposed to do for the most part. Let me see if there's any standouts. No, everything really. CRV took its 50 again. Done. Yeah.
Dbloc, can you take a look at XRP? I have some targets in my head, but like you might see something else also. I just need some confluence.
Yeah, give me a second.
Because XRP just passed the 800 under 15, so I'm on the 1 hour now.
Yeah, we'll go and do a more sort of in-depth look here in a second, but I need to make sure Bitcoin, that's what it's supposed to
On
do
the 1
here.
hour, it's at 800, so it's at the 200 of the 400 of the 4 hour right now. So it's a kind of a big move.
Sui came down into that range we were looking for.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll check. Total came back above its 50, which is good. We really like that. XRP is testing it now, yeah. Exactly what we wanted, right? Broke the 50. If what we're talking about is if the coin breaks its 50, it has to be to take out its vector. If it takes out its vector, it has to put in a stopping volume candle and push away. All right, XRP is a good example of that. Broke its 50, came down, look on the left. Vector came across, cleared the entire vector, put in that doji, pushed away. You can't ask for anything more than that. The only thing else that we could have asked is that it never broke its 50 in the first place. Right? Only thing stronger than that is something that rejected off of its 50 and is pushing up. But for everything that broke its 50, this is what you want to see the chart do.
Got it.
Because
TBC
it broke
and
its 50 on the 1 day, so it's trying to. Okay, okay, okay.
yeah,
Now I get what it's trying to do. It's trying to reclaim that area. Okay,
yeah. Most
that
coins,
makes sense.
if they broke their 50 on the 1 day, it's because they needed to come down for some vectors, right? Quant and where's Ray? Same thing with Ray. Broke its 50, cleared this vector. A little bit weaker than what we were looking at on XRP, right? I had a weak day here, but for the most part. Same with Sol, except that Sol, and I only picked up one order here on Sol. Sol never cleared its entire vector. It did pop it back above its 50 though, which is pretty strong. Yeah, that's one thing I do want to just remind everybody that this could be a rocket ship, but it could also be a rescue ship, like I was talking about the other day. If we attempt to make this move without picking up those orders, I don't even care about the liquidations, but without picking up the standing orders underneath, chances are we're not going to make it. Which means that if we get back up to this, daily downtrend and we reject, then this is more of a rescue ship than a rocket ship. Right? This is for people who did not take profits, for people who were underwater. Chance to peel some of that off. But we'll be watching it closely when we get there. Remember, we're going to have, I don't even know, at this point, it's already almost midweek and we're still in the weekend trap. Right, so there's a good chance that we don't even trigger any one of these false moves. And you've got to come up all the way to 1088 to trigger the false move up. And you've got to come down to 1028 to trigger the false move down. It's already, what, Tuesday? So it's going to be interesting to watch.
Is there a time like expiration for the week the 3-day week swings that we
Yeah,
look for?
yeah. I mean, if you don't get your false move on Monday, then there's no room for the 3-day swing in the opposite direction before you get to Friday, where you're setting up your weekend trap at. Right. So when one fails, when one step of it fails, me personally, I ignore the rest of the week until Friday. Meaning, if the false move wasn't textbook, then I can't count on the 3-day. And for right now, we haven't had a move at all, false or real. We're just here. I will
Yeah,
tell
that
you one
makes total
thing.
sense. Appreciate it.
Market Maker hasn't dropped one single vector inside of this weekend trap that he hasn't paid himself on. Not one. Every single one got recovered. Recovered, paid himself, dropped that down, dropped this down, came back up, paid himself on that. Dropped these vectors, paid himself on that, dropped these vectors, paid himself. Dropped that vector, paid himself, came back up, paid himself on the old vectors here. Green vector here has already been paid for. Red vector here has already been paid for. Green vector here has already been paid for. Red vector here just got paid for. And he's about to pay himself on these most recent vectors.
So we can say market maker is in control.
1000%. Yeah. Everything gets different over 107 though. 107, and we only have one more thing ahead of us at that point to worry about, which is that daily downtrend. but that 107, I mean, you know, this support kept us up for a while. They tried to drop us plenty of times here and couldn't. Once, twice, 3 times. So getting back above that level is crucial. Just structure-wise. Market maker starts the party, hits the brakes, plus the retail sentiment. Retail couldn't get over both of our resistances. Hopefully I didn't come in and make everybody bearish because I've never been more bullish. It's just a process.
How hard does XRP have to push to not listen to Bitcoin right now? Because it's not listening.
Well, the more dominance takes a hit, the more that's a possibility. Right? That's exactly what dominance means. Every step down that dominance takes is a step that a alt doesn't have to take with Bitcoin.
Yeah. Even if dominance it just moves by 1%. I mean 64 to 60.
Yeah, it's the directionality of it what you want to pay attention to. Not how much it drops per se, but when Bitcoin gets that green candle, is there a cooperating green candle with dominance or is there a red candle? Right, because that'll let you know in real time in that candle how money's flowing. Is it flowing out of Bitcoin or is it flowing into Bitcoin? If it's flowing out of Bitcoin, then the good alts, you know, should be flowing into those good alts. Or unless it's stables, right? When you see that it doesn't move, it means that it went into stables. The alts are always going to care what Bitcoin is doing. Right? If Bitcoin's going up, the alts are going to care. If Bitcoin's going down, the alts are going to care. It's the degree to which they follow. Right? If the alts are outperforming Bitcoin and Bitcoin goes down 5%, the alts will go down 2%. If the alts are underperforming Bitcoin, Bitcoin goes down 5%, the alts will go down 10%. But you're not going to catch very many times where Bitcoin is going down and alts are just flying.
Sometimes you might find one, you know, like that's just luckily to get a lot of seesaw action. But that's
Yeah,
it.
and if Bitcoin wasn't going down, that alt would probably be going up twice as hard. Right, so it's still going up, but it's still feeling that pressure of Bitcoin going down. That's why we love when Bitcoin goes up and dominance goes down, because then there's like, you know, no holds barred. Like whatever your alt, whatever energy your alt has in it is allowed to sort of push it on its own. Kind of the same in the stock market, right? The S&P could be down and there could be some random stock that's pumping. But if the S&P was pumping while that stock was pumping, it'd be going crazy. It's just sentiment. People look at it and say, yeah, no, I'm not trading today. The Encyclopedia of Chart Patterns, Neve, by Bukowski.
Good morning.
Hold on, Matt.
Welcome back.
I didn't drown. You know, it's a good thing.
Any news? Any targets?
Now we hit our first target. This was from the other day though. We had this already drawn out. Our W that didn't get invalidated. We were talking about the bulls needing to hold 1037. Maybe we pushed away and got that, but we're just back at the top of the range now. So they have to break it, or else we're coming back down through this vector to 105.2. Trend is your friend to the end, and right now we have two trends. Right, we've got our trend from being inside of our weekend trap, which is basically top of the range, bottom of the range, top of the range, bottom of the range. Right, so according to that trend, we should retrace unless liquidity picks up to a higher level than it's been while we've been in this trend. And our second trend is our bearish channel. Right, trend is your friend to the end. According to this trend, price should also retrace unless liquidity increases here to the point that it hasn't been within this pattern. So yeah, we should retrace unless we get an inflow of aggressive buyers and aggressive buyers here to bring us through those liquidations.
Sounds good.
Or we could keep trying to hit all-time high with no backing, but you know, they say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result.
I'm wondering if this is a short.
I don't
Staring
want
at XRP right now, looking for a short because it just rejected off 50 EMA on the one day. I'm just watching first, watching for the candle to close. Let's see if it does.
Yeah, I'm wondering if
rejection
XRP
would be a stronger case.
Look at the
Yeah, XRP
NASDAQ.
just
my
hit its
God.
hit the top, hit the bottom of the, but hit the trend. Well, hit the 50 EMA on the one day. How? What do you call them? You can't call it the bottom of the line, the top of the line.
You're breaking up, bro. I can't hear you.
Is it Ghost your bro button?
Watching here on the 1 minute for momentum to shift. We still don't have bearish momentum on the 1 minute. So even though, like I said, the trend is down on all the trends that we're in, we haven't gotten confirmation even on the 1 minute yet that this is over. Just trying to give you guys a heads up.
Yeah, on XRP as well, there's still a lot of liquidity lying at about 214, 212.
That makes a little head and shoulders. That'll do it.
It's
I'm
actually
always afraid of the short liquidity. Good.
yeah. It's look, it's good for spot trading if you were in it.
Yeah, spot's been good lately.
I'm actually waiting for it to go down to 214 on XRP first before I do another move again.
Just pay attention to Bitcoin. If some orders come in here and it pops, Bitcoin dominance is also going to pop.
Doge has been really good for spot lately, the past couple days.
Bitcoin looks ripe to go after that 111, 110, and even break 113.
Today?
I'm trying to work on it, but I don't know if it'll get today, but it's getting there.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to short and speculate on XRP. That was a good run, but like, let's
It
see what
has
it
to
does.
come up over 107.8. Yeah, XRP is doing great.
Yeah, it needs a little rest. Needs a little breather. Just a bit.
Yeah, if we can break at 107.8 area, that would be really bullish.
The way Bitcoin's curling right now here on the 800, it looks really bullish. It's not a very strong correction. All the volume has gone down dramatically.
What time frame are you talking about?
Let it play out, guys.
Looking at 15 for now. It's trying to maintain its position here in the 800. Doesn't seem to want to break it. It's trying to rest its RSI, but at the same time, it's just trying to maintain its position.
It's above the. It's
Yeah,
above the
try-
800 on the 15-minute.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It's trying
There's
to keep its
liquidations down right next to it, though. And a vector candle.
then 50 MA. If you can't maintain the 800, then back to the 50.
Yeah, I don't know. Since we lost that trend line, I'm still maintaining the idea that like it's sort of more solidifies. Like I'm maintaining the idea that it's not going to break the all-time high resistance this month. But that monthly candle was the highest in Bitcoin history.
Right? It broke every resistance.
The thing is, usually when that type of stuff happens, it's like, yeah, it makes it look really good, but then people get trapped at the top of a move. Usually when I see something like that on the weekly, the monthly or the weekly, it's like precursor to a pullback.
XRP short looking good. My short and Sol looking good. Shorting a couple of big caps right now while they rest. Doing a hedge.
Ed, what's going on, brother?
Oh, D. Where do I find that WAP link for the $50?
It's in the Cypher family role channel. It's right underneath rules.
Okay.
Yeah, look at 2021. You made you made like the highest candle body close above the previous highs at 65. The 69 top, you had the highest monthly candle close and the highest weekly, but then it ended up starting the bear market then at that point. Not that I think we're gonna go into a bear market, just that that's a good example of how it pulls back. It can pull back afterwards. So
Twitter
maybe
does.
something more like
I told
Twitter.
you. I told you when we got over, if we were to attempt that before going 100K and get a higher high, that Twitter would come out of the closet and start doing all of their overlays from 64 to 69 and bringing their little bar pattern over and doing all that bullshit. And just like clockwork, bro.
Well, something less severe is that in March of 2024, you had the highest monthly close since then, and we did have a pullback for 7 months.
We avoided the pullback at the top
30%.
of this candle to make sure that we closed the highest monthly candle ever. That was a corrective chart move, in my opinion, which means that the move that we avoided still has to happen. Just doesn't matter, because what matters for the macro guys is where that candle closes at. Nobody's going to care when you look back in 2 years at this monthly candle that it went down 10% before it went up. You know what I mean? All they're going to care about is where that candle closed at. And I think we're at the top of the range. And if Bitcoin's going to break this, it has to prove it now, but it's showing weakness. So I'm looking for at least a vector recovery to the 105s. Excuse me. Needs to hold this SR flip, pop this 50. It already locked in the bearish momentum on the 1 minute. One more retest of the 50. If it retests bearishly, we come down to the 200, which would then be our 50 EMA on the 5 minute. Clear this set of vectors in that liquidation. No, not a correction, guys. It's a retest. A retrace. We're in the middle of a corrective move. Right, the corrective move to 100K is what brought us down to our 103. So still expecting that corrective move exists. Also expecting to be front run. Both things are true, in my opinion. Now we can discard all of that shit if billions and billions and billions of dollars come rolling in, right? So attach whatever news story you want to that, whatever. But without that, yeah, don't see it happening just yet. That being said, I'm extremely bullish long term, midterm. There's a retest of the 50 cloud on the 1 minute, threatening to take out the lows here.
That little head and shoulders plays out, and you probably get that shift in momentum that you're talking about.
Excuse me.
I see bullish momentum. That's what I see.
You still have bullish momentum on the 5 minute, 15 minute. You've only got bearish momentum on the 1 minute right now. And by momentum, I mean technical momentum. Yeah. We're just trying to watch that weakness sort of fold out. Once we see it on the 1 minute, we'll look at the 5.
Yeah, like, so say that little head and shoulders plays out, comes back to retest like it plays the measure move, comes back to retest the neckline. That'll probably shift it on the 1 minute.
It's the same thing that we do inversely, right? Trying to catch that fallen knife. How we micromanage the dip to make sure that we have all the signs we need to be okay to enter that long. The same deal. I'm just doing it in inverse.
Yeah, I've been flipping my chart more often, even if I'm trying to take a long, because if I flip my chart and it looks like a short, then I'll go long.
Yeah. So this SR flip here is pretty crucial for us to hold.
You know, all I can say, for some reason, the Nasdaq and the S&P are reaching for those previous highs
Did they
from
touch
last
their
week.
50s
So,
yet on the daily?
no, they haven't. They almost did.
They're probably in their clouds.
Well, they're back towards the highs of last week. So they're away from the cloud right now, but
No,
they
but where
touched
they
the
touched
cloud
on, yeah, yeah.
on May 23rd.
Wish I could remember that guy's name, bro. Some dude in chat. when the trade deal got postponed or whatever the latest fuckery was. Which is a real word, by the way. But some guy in the chat was like, "Oh, you're really good at crypto, but you should stay away from legacy if you think that SPX and Nasdaq can come back to their 50s. Doesn't move like crypto. You're expecting it to move like crypto." He's dead. It's just my opinion.
Watch them come back further than that.
Nah, I probably won't. He was somebody. It wasn't somebody that's. It was a brand new person. Probably only came on because I had like S&P on the chart at the moment. Just happened to pop in when I was looking at legacy. One of the very few times that you'll catch me. Chart is the chart is the chart. The difference between S&P and legacy, between legacy and crypto, is how long it takes for these chart patterns to play out, or how long it takes for the mean reversions to play out. But everything else is mostly the same.
Men lie, women lie, candles don't lie.
$4,833 subs. We're gonna hit 5K subs this month.
Let's go.
Yeah, I appreciate all of y'all that are subscribed to the channel, man. Y'all the real MVPs for real. Love to see this tape light up. feel like we never left the weekend. You know, like that feeling where like it feels like the weekend. I mean, except for well, no, not even with some of the alts. Alts go crazy on the weekend too. Dominance does the right thing, but excuse me. All right, popped over the 50. To correct that bearish momentum, you have to bring that 13 over the 50. Price over the 50 means nothing. Yeah, Los. You could look at it right here. 15 minutes, because that's where our biggest vectors are. So in these ranges where you see your vector candles, market makers added liquidity to the market, right? Is match the trades that are there. We know that because of the increased tick volume, right? And that's when you get the actual color shift. As he fills your order here and gives you money for you to go long, he opens a short position in the same spot, right? So as these orders here go filling all the way up, market makers setting short positions all the way down. Right? As price comes back through that, he pays himself and gets all the money that he provided for that push. Right? Same way as he did here. People wanted to go short, so he went long. As price came back up through this range, he paid himself on all of that. So the trick is, if you take the trade here, get out of the trade here, so you don't have to be the one that pays him. Right? You don't have to pay him. It's the great thing about it. Like getting a loan and not having to pay as long as you get out in time.
That's why I call these green vector candles the juicy candles on the way down.
Once you start trading this, method long enough, you start to
Yeah.
get excited at the red vectors.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
The green vectors start to give you pause.
Yeah.
Dbloc and everyone out there, not financial advice, just your opinion. What would you guys say platforms in the US now currently, when it comes to fees and things like that? Number one for spot trading and number two for futures trading.
That's a hard question in the US, bro. We do not have a lot of amazing choices.
No.
Like we really don't. I struggle to say Coinbase, but I struggle not to say Coinbase.
I only do that for security. But yeah, the fees are still not. I mean, if you go bigger, the fees come down, but I don't know, between Kraken and
It's hard for
Coinbase,
me because I've been on Dexes for so long that I really don't even know what the fees are. I've been on Dexes for so long, like I don't. Only time I move my shit to centralized exchange is just for an off ramp or on ramp situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, New York has it worse, Roka. You're right.
Yeah.
New York has it worse.
But it's changing. I think it's changing for
It
New
is.
York now.
It is. It's
Yeah,
slowly
yeah.
changing. Well, you gotta realize that New York is the belly of the beast, right? That's where Wall Street was born and lives and plays. So New York is gonna feel the way Wall Street feels. And
Yeah.
as Wall Street slowly opens up and starts coming into Bitcoin, then yeah.
That's what happened on the Bitcoin convention. The mayor actually of New York actually came and he said, "We're going to open up, and we want crypto to come back to New York," which is a good thing. But my thing is, because we're so cut off from a lot of good ones. I used to like KuCoin a lot. Really worked well for me, and MEXC actually. But now I don't know. In the US, I'm looking for something to day trade, basically spot and especially futures as well.
Well, BTCC has been around for a long time. And they're not going anywhere, in my opinion. The problem with all of these other exchanges is that they're temporary, right? Your MEXC access in US is going to be temporary. Your KuCoin access, your WeX, all of these things that pop
Yeah.
up every once in a while, it's only a matter of time, 6 months to a year, before you start getting that email that you need to get your funds off because they don't service US, Like they try to skirt the
Yeah.
rules and get away with it as long as they can, and then when they get caught, they're like, okay, my bad. We'll get rid of them.
Yeah, I had to learn, like, I'm not even kidding, like 8 or 9 platforms since COVID that you had in the US. We had to jump around so many times. Oh no, we've got to move. They're gonna move out. It's insane. The only problem with Coinbase is if there's massive move in the market and you're in a trade, they sometimes just go offline, and you're like, what the hell?
Yep. Not only that, but if you get on their bad side for whatever reason or get caught in the matrix glitch, like I did, that better not be your only choice, or you're gonna be screwed. You know what I mean?
Mm.
I agree with you, Nate. I don't feel like anybody should trust any exchange after FTX, but I guarantee you that there's people, and it's only been what, 2 years? I guarantee you there's people that are holding large amounts of their money on exchange right now. After FTX, everybody went to Dexes. Everybody was like, yeah, I'm not doing da 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 da. Give it a year, 2 years, people start getting lazy. It's more convenient. I don't want to have to keep moving my shit. Nothing's going to happen, you know. Yeah, crypto has a really short memory, Santo. I agree with you on that.
I have a question, Dbloc.
Yeah.
Where was the code for Bitcoin written? Was it written in the Americas
We
or
don't know.
somewhere else? So it was written out on paper and it was submitted as a thesis, or was the code written already and then everybody like Nakamoto gave it to a couple guys who understood it?
Yeah, I don't think that we can. San Francisco is where there's some tie to the paper part of it, but that means nothing, right? If somebody that's going to use a pseudonym, and which is important to differentiate, Satoshi Nakamoto isn't an alias; it's a pseudonym, right? There's a difference. Pseudonyms never meant to be, right? This is a writer who's putting forward something under a pseudonym who's never meant to be exposed, right? The intention was never to come back later, or the intention was to put this work under a synonymous name so that nobody could ever say anything about the writer itself, right? So because of that, I don't think they would have left an easy trail to where it came from. So I think there's some misdirection going on. That's why I never really paid too much attention to the San Francisco thing. But it's possible. Maybe they hid it in plain sight. BJ, you got an open mic. What's interesting though is go to AI and have it try to tell you who Satoshi is. It's really cool because if you haven't like done this sort of hunt before, it'll give you some information about some interesting people, right? But you'll see how much effort was really put in.
Yeah, I got a question for the group. For those of us that are filing taxes, is there any, what's the best tax place or person out there to talk with aside from CoinLedger?
A good crypto. If you know anybody who's using a good crypto guy, my guy is completely booked up. Like I used to be able to refer people to him, and he's like at this point he's got so much work he can't even. I would say go for somebody new, right? Like we were talking about this the other day. The chances of finding like a 70-year-old tax guy that did your dad's taxes and your grandpa's taxes and him have any idea of what's going on with crypto. Not that that's not possible, but the chances are pretty slim. Right. So if you're dealing with a certain amount of money, then I would go look for a specific crypto tax guy. But a lot of people do their shit right on the regular tax prop. They go from CoinLedger and they put that straight into their TurboTax. It just depends on your situation. I don't want to get into your personal sort of, I don't want to ask you too many questions, but it depends on how much money you're actually dealing with and how much you're possibly having to pay.
CoinTracker's a good one. Yeah, CoinTracker's a good one too.
All right, thanks, guys. I didn't realize how complicated this is, between Coinbase, Robinhood, and then, BitUnex, Blowfin,
Oh
some of the
yeah.
dexes,
Yeah,
some
when
of the
you start
wallets.
playing with the
This thing
dexes
got
and then trying to figure out
really bad.
what your actual cost basis is such a headache, bro.
Yeah, in
Oh,
my
dude, I'll
opinion,
never. I gotta
do
figure
the
this
best
shit
you
out.
can. They're gonna rob you. They're gonna hit you over the head, attacks, guy. Even H&R does cryptos, like a certain kind of very blanket level. If you could give your inputs and outputs of, where you imported and onboarded you might have used just one bank account to get all your money onto these platforms. So there's a way you can see how much came in and how much went out. But connect as many platforms as you can to API, but a reputable one like CoinTracker or I guess CoinLedger. And besides that, it's like once you hook up TurboTax with that, you just do your best, and you'll see it starts to make sense. Everything though I just ask you next, did you do this? Did you do that? Answer everything truthfully, and see what your outcome is before you hit the final button.
I'll tell you what I
And you
did.
might be good.
I'll tell you what I did for a long time, and my tax guy told me, yeah, that's basically the same thing we do. I just give him my total ins and outs, and then I keep all the information, right? So I keep it very simple on the taxes: how much I put in, how much I got out. I'll list everything, and then if there's any issue and they want to audit me, here you have a great time going through this 1,000-page.
Exactly.
Have a great here, guys. You guys are the
10,000 trades in.
professionals. Here you go. Figure it out. Here's all my shit. I'm not trying to lie. I know I'm not trying to lie to them. I'm not trying to hide any crypto anywhere. So you know what I mean. I don't have that guilt factor of, oh my god, what if they catch me? Da da da. Nah, I'm gonna pay my taxes.
Basically,
And
what
to
you
be
did,
completely honest,
you paid
pretty much.
your traffic fine with 1-cent coins.
Right.
That's basically what you're doing.
All right. So we lost that SR flip, guys. On the 1 minute, that means that on the 5 minute now we can switch. So 1 minute we've locked in that bearish momentum. Now we switch to the 5 minute. And we watch for that hit on the 50. So we're basically watching for the same thing that we just saw in the 1 minute. We're watching for it to play out on the 5. If it holds support and goes, then that's the end of the bearish momentum. If we cross our 13 and then we know that the bearish momentum's continuing. And then we'll move to the 15 and we'll keep following the dip down like that. That's the way to properly track momentum and catch a falling knife. Or catch a fly ball, I guess. What's the opposite of catching a falling knife? Well, here. Well, let's invert it. There, boom, catching a falling knife. The reason, in my opinion, it's important to, when you're in that situation, go right back to first principles, right? Which is go right back to momentum, is because there's no emotion in that. It doesn't the EMAs don't care about the euphoria that you felt when you broke that resistance.
But I care about the EMAs. I show them love.
EMAs love you. They just want you to be all right. All right, we've got to test the support that we broke now. Same Livermore pivot retest. I'll tell you guys to wait for confirmation. Paying your taxes suck until you just really start thinking about what that means, you know? Like the bigger the check gets, the more it hurts, but the more money you made that year. So it's like, who you gonna complain to? Nobody's trying to hear that shit.
To be honest, I lost a bunch of money. So doing all this work to put in a loss, what the hell?
Yeah, I know. But at least you got a little tiny bit of a cushion for the next couple years, you know? Definitely want to take advantage of those losses.
Yeah, it's called tuition.
Yeah.
Blah.
But yeah, man, just get familiar with hooking up APIs to your exchanges, and whatever you do not give permission to your APIs to ever transfer or move. You just give them read access so they can read your data, not to move your data.
Right on. Thank you.
And the one I use is CoinTracker.
Yeah, what's up, folks? Dbloc, good to see you, bro. You doing good over there? Holding up well.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I didn't drown or nothing. I'm good. Came close.
Ah, you're good.
You guys got a lot of crocodiles and all that out there. You guys don't get like that doesn't become a problem when heavy rains and
I'm
flood
too
and all that.
I'm too far from all that.
Alligators, my bad. Shit.
I'm too far from all that. If I go outside and see an alligator in the front yard, something went horribly wrong, bro. That shit came out of somebody's house. Like that's like a pet alligator that grew or something.
Yo, in South Carolina, when I lived down in South Carolina, they had a lot of alligators. And I remember I had to fight off this alligator to save this little Jack Russell Terrier. Fought it off with a broomstick.
That's what you hear about a lot here. Some of these people have now if you live next to a canal or something, that's different. And a lot of these like cookie cutter complexes that they have out here all have canals. So you hear about people like fighting off a gator from eating their dog.
You know, this old lady's little Jack Russell Terrier, and it just had like a heart of a lion, and it wasn't scared of this alligator. I'm like, yo, step back, this alligator's about to eat you, dog.
Saving you. That's funny. I have a friend that stays out in Jupiter. That's why I was like, I know he's dealt with it once or twice.
I'll be right back.
We do get snakes though, but I think those come from people's houses. That snakes get too big, you start freaking out because of the kids. That's that python problem that they have in the Everglades. Y'all heard about that shit? Python versus alligator. There's like a war. Nah, it's like a war going on because the gator's supposed to be like, you know, the apex predator out there. But people buy pythons as pets, and when they get too big, they go and they dump them in the Everglades, and they've got no natural enemies, so they've just taken over. But they found this python that had swallowed an alligator, and the alligator had ate its way out of the python, and they both died. And the picture was
That's
all over the news,
crazy.
bro.
When was this?
Like, probably like 10 years ago, 7 years ago, something like that. How long it's
It's
been
probably even
going on?
worse now then.
Nah,
Mhm.
it's probably crazy. You can my boy goes out there python hunting. Like they pay them for every snake that they bring in, because I guess they're trying to eradicate them.
That sounds kind of fire.
But if you Google the picture, you'll find it, bro. It's the craziest thing I ever saw.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up right now.
Yeah, I think I've seen it actually. I'm not gonna lie.
I went snake hunting once when I was, sheesh, I don't know, 3rd grade, 4th grade. My uncle took me on his farm.
That's
I
a
was,
cool ass uncle.
yeah, let's just say, you know, we tried many ways. Those things don't die easily, bro. They're like zombies without their heads. The double barrel shotgun ain't enough sometimes. He would have to he would put it in like a black like cloth bag, like a mesh kind of bag, and he'd tie it up, and unfortunately he would, you know, throw it out on the highway after, because those things keep moving.
It's strong too. It's like all muscle.
Mm-hmm. Damn, yeah, that that's crazy. So he probably got killed from suffocation, I'm assuming, right? If he
Bro,
was
I don't
he was
know. There was.
yeah.
It's like you get to see the end of a battle, but you just know that battle was epic. Whatever happened, that shit was crazy, and there was nobody out there to
100%.
witness it. Yeah, that's just some raw nature shit.
Damn.
I feel like you must have caught the alligator sleeping or something.
I don't know.
Nah, he probably just strangled him, bro. I mean, this looks crazy.
But if it ate its way out of it, like it still had to be alive.
Nah, I don't even. I think he might have just killed it. I think the python might have just killed itself, bro. It might have just ate itself to death.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true. That could happen, right?
Just
Where they
kept
can't
pushing it
digest it.
through until yeah.
Dang.
Sorry, kids, if there's any kids out there listening, but Mother Nature is not always nice. Wanted that snake, right? See, see, you wanted
I'm,
that. You wanted that snake because all your friends had a snake.
yeah. No, I'm Hispanic, right? So my mom, like, she wouldn't let us really watch cartoons, but she'd be right there playing National Geographic.
Hey man, you gotta learn one way or another, right?
Yeah. She did. I would be like, sometimes that stuff was out of pocket, man.
Nah, I despise hyenas, man. I can't stand hyenas. You know, not like a lion or a tiger where, you know, they go for the jugular, they wait till their prey's dead and they start feasting. Those guys will start eating you alive. They don't care.
I got a story for you on that. So close to where I stayed, there's this place where you can drive through lions. They got them there, and then they got the hyenas. So the students went with a Mini Cooper. They went through the hyena park driving there in South Africa, and the hyenas literally grabbed the tire and they ripped the tire. They pulled the tire off the rim. Now think about that. That's the strength they
No,
got in
that's
those jaws.
nuts.
They literally took the tire and ripped it off the freaking rim. They had to go in and pull the car out with the freaking
Yeah.
students screaming inside the car. It was funny though.
That's a pretty cool story though. Shit, if I was in that school, I would have flexed out. But yeah, I would have been pooping my life away for sure. That's terrifying. Hyenas they're no joke, man.
Even giraffes. I mean, my friend actually took a bunch of old ladies. He got paid for it, and then they all jump in a combi, in a microbus, a Caravel Volkswagen microbus, and he took them through this resort. And not even in the lion cage or with hyenas or anything. It's just, and this giraffe just decided, screw that, and he started chasing them. Now the reason my friend, he's quite knowledgeable when it comes to these kind of things, and he went for the trees as quickly as he could, because they actually come next to a vehicle and they'll kick, and they will damage your vehicle really bad. I mean, that kick, it's insane, and they literally can kick sideways as well. You think they always kick back when you see lions from behind, but they can kick massive.
Those noodle
Quite
legs be
quite
moving
a reach.
everywhere. Yeah, bro. I mean, that's honestly probably the most powerful kick you'd probably get in Mother Nature if you think about it. I can't picture it's bigger than a giraffe.
Bro.
Elephants don't really kick; they'll stampede you, but yeah, kick wise, that must hurt.
I hate how the National Geographic doesn't show you how big a hyena really is. How big those spotted hyenas are. They are huge.
Not as big as a lion, though, brother. Not as big as a lion.
Not as big as a lion, but they are huge.
Yeah, they're nasty creatures. Have you seen the video, that TikTok or whatever, short of the girl? Nah, it was a janitor or something at a zoo. He stuck his finger in to like tease the hyena. There's two of them. There's one with the lion, one with the hyena, and I guess the hyena grabbed, like latched onto the very tip of his finger, like the very tip, and you see the guy like full force, like legs up on the cage, pulling back with two arms, and it just completely ripped his whole finger out of socket. Like you just see it rip out with all the yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to be graphic, but yeah,
It's
yeah, they're strong. They're strong. I'm gonna make some coffee though. I'll be RB.
I need some distractions. I'm on a short. Stories are very
I'm
much.
surprised you're still not in.
I'm in a short, man. Like.
All
I
right,
just
bro. I knew
shorted
you very
Soul-
well,
I
bro. I
shorted
knew you.
Soul, and Sui, but like I shorted XRP. I had such a great price on that short. I got stop lost on it. It came back, and it looks like it just wanted to do a quick cup and handle instead.
I hate being the party pooper too. Like as soon as I get on, I'm like, guys, this is gonna keep going. Like screw you, Dbloc.
As soon as I see that red candle
keep
above the
going.
trend line,
It's
I just
worth it.
went in, all in.
Oh yeah, man. Where were you a while ago? Our longs up from a while ago did pretty well.
Yeah. I was in long, but I closed my position. I told you I was moving my stop loss. So as soon as the market opened, I closed my short at there.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. But I was about to open a long position, but I missed that.
Ah, too bad. That was pretty fun. It was a
Yeah, but I took the short round now from the top. And these juicy candles,
Oh yeah.
that's the best rate for me.
Yeah, I shouldn't have shorted XRP with its XRP army, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got stop loss. But my other shorts are okay so far. My ETH short's doing okay. Soul short's doing okay. Sui, I have no idea what Sui's trying to plan. It looks bullish at the same time bearish. Like it's like crawling above its MAs just like quietly without getting noticed.
I trust the Dbloc chart. When you see the trend line
Without a doubt.
from the top, yeah, you know what to call. And when you see the bottom, you know what to do.
Yes, sir.
You can only go wrong once or twice, but not all the time.
Dbloc, you online?
Yeah, hold on. Give me 1 second.
Okay, no problem. Make some coffee. I wanna pick his mind on this SR flip.
Yeah, we done that. We done
how
that
badly we
already.
want to avoid it. Because if it avoids it, it's a bull flag on the 1 minute. If we avoid it and go back up to the 50, oh my god, wait. All right.
All right, I'm back. My bad. What the hell is Trump doing now, DJ?
Bitcoin and crypto wallet. I need that link.
You get a Bitcoin. You get a Bitcoin.
Oh my god! I hope he doesn't do that. So many scams are gonna come out on YouTube. I swear, when that wallet comes out,
Imagine if Oprah
Dude,
did that at show. Look under your chair and
no,
there's a Bitcoin.
Right.
no lie, guys. I know you're not gonna believe it, but I still haven't gotten my 2 Bitcoin back from Michael Saylor.
He's good for it, bro.
oh, don't worry, don't worry.
He's
Yeah,
just
but
been
what's he
busy.
doing? Why is it taking so long?
Busy man.
No, just give it a minute.
But
Restart
you
your
have to keep
computer.
sending.
Oh, maybe you didn't update your Windows, bro. You gotta update it.
I updated. No, it was on my phone. Remember, I updated my iOS. I still haven't gotten it though.
I think they moved to Android. You have to be on an Android phone. If not, you gotta go into one of those Chinese phones.
So do I have to re-download my wallet on the Android and then scan the QR code again and
Guys,
then send them more Bitcoin?
you're being ridiculous. Stop. Long BTC said if you haven't gotten it, you just gotta contact the CEO of Bitcoin and ask for a return. I don't know why you're doing
I
all
got
this
contact
extra shit.
the CEO of Bitcoin.
Yeah, just contact the CEO of Bitcoin. Tell him you got scammed.
That's that Satoshi guy, right? Satoshi Nakamoto.
Yeah, Google it, bro.
Dude, I
This
love what
is all
Slick Shoe said.
Googleable shit.
Reuters
Come on, you're wasting our time with this easy shit.
All right, cool. Thank you, bro. Who said that? Who is
Long BTC.
His
Long B?
name's Long
All right.
BTC. You can trust him, bro. He's not. Yeah,
Thank,
he's not biased
thank
or
you, Long
anything.
BTC. I appreciate that tip. So
Slick said like Reuters is the source for regarding the crypto wallet and trading application. He goes like Reuters is reporting it. I don't know how reliable they are though. Yeah, dude. I used to shoot for Reuters. Yeah,
Yeah, we
sad what happened
can't
to them.
let's not mistake news anchors with journalists. Like there are still good journalists
Yeah,
out there.
they are
It's
still.
what happens with the news that they report, the spin that comes after, right? But let's not get to the point where we can't trust the actual journalists themselves. We're screwed at that point because I don't know what to tell you. Unless you're gonna go fly somewhere and figure out what's going on. Yeah.
Dbloc, you pumping that AC today or what?
Did it move
Is it
it?
hot down there?
Yeah, it's hot.
It's even hot up here, so it must be scalding down there.
So how yo, at some point somebody's gotta step in though, right? Bitcoin wallet is one thing, but Bitcoin and crypto wallet and then offering people rewards in Trump coin is a completely different thing.
I mean, this legit. Is he talking about seriously airdropping people at Trump?
No, no, no. We've always been looking at how he's gonna work in. Like we know he's gonna try to work this Trump coin into something. So like every time there's a new announcement, I'm like, here we go. But I guarantee you that has something to do with why Trump coin's moving. It reminds me a lot of Doge. These Trump holders remind me a lot of Doge Army. Like whenever Elon would say anything, like Elon could be like, I love convertibles. And then be like, oh, what if he starts taking Doge for convertibles? And then price would just move. It's the same thing with Trump. Whenever Trump says something, people start to speculate on how he can fold Trump coin into it and give them some value.
It's the same people, and it's like
Probably.
you know where those guys came from? Wall Street Bets with their freaking GameStop and AMC.
Yo, did you see the candle on Trump?
Yeah, that's what we're looking at right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're looking at my chart. I was like, wild.
But to be fair, Doge was a thing like long before those people ever even.
Yeah, no. The reason that they helped is because when Robinhood shut down trading on GME and AMC, as a revenge, they all hit Doge, and I remember that candle. That was a god candle.
And the publicity too. The whole GME thing, that was like a cult. Like even after it went down, people are still like, I'm buying as much GameStop as I possibly can. I buy like 10 shares a day. Put my life savings into this. It's like, why? That was a unique moment in time. Like, because it did it once.
We're halfway through that vector recovery. GG is anybody who took some profit. And that was a long ass boring weekend trade. You had to wait forever to get that 107 or 106.8.
Yes, sir.
I had a really good paper trade on Doge last night, or yesterday, for 5%.
Yo, Kwai, I'm about to be on lunch break. You got time for a call in a second?
Yeah, probably.
All right.
Do you want to call me on this account?
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, cool.
Should I speculate on Trump? How big was that move?
Oh man, that's gonna feel bad when you scroll up and see that he posted it before you. Oh, you should have checked before that second message. If you delete it now, we'll just act like we didn't see it.
Oh my god, he didn't see it. I just saw what you're talking about. Hey yo, I got licked. DJ got
Crunchy
he's
with
afraid
that
of
crunchy
the
feeling, like you're like,
candle, like 2 candles.
It's all
The
good.
candles that matter.
Appreciate the heads up, guys.
Did you get your YouTube back up?
Yeah, we're good now.
Cool.
Nah, yesterday sucked, bro. It was so frustrating. It's like the internet would start working and then the lights would flash off. And then the lights would come back on and the internet would be freaking out. I was like, bro, when one thing wasn't working, it was another. I got on Discord for a second and put my chart up and then lost net and like it was bad, bro.
Let's go shorts. I did my own version of a hyperliquid BTC chart and saved it. Hyperliquid's just keeping on the trend line against BTC. It's pretty robust.
We got breaking news right now.
If you say that Trump is go ahead, what's the news? I'm gonna die. No, let him say it though.
You're
Go ahead.
late with 3 candles. check the chart.
The crypto wallet thing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, it's not you. No, it's not you. It's just somebody did it in chat earlier. We just laughed about it, and then you came in at the perfect time, bro. Like the timing was great.
Is that real though?
I
What the
appreciate
hell?
you. I don't know. It looks like it. Yeah, it looks like it.
Launching crypto wallet and trading app. Damn.
Yeah, his family's getting in knees deep, bro. They've got a stable so far. They've got an exchange. They're going for the app. They've got a shitcoin. They're about as deep in as you can get at this point. I don't know if that's a top signal or what, but
Short just broke the 50 EMA. It's heading for the 200. Yes, that's a good distance. Come on.
I try, Slick. I try. I had to insert a brand new filter between my brain and my mouth just for this channel.
Oh, do you know Dbloc? I had to change the way I talk about crypto because of this channel. I used to be full trenches mouth. My mouth was just full trench.
We love it, man.
It's like full trench mouth, man. I had to change it, dude. I got called out like every day.
Yeah.
The Trump goes wallet. Bitcoin goes, nah, I'm on my way down. You do what you do.
Bitcoin had something to do anyways. Bitcoin's busy.
Is James on another long? I hope he took some profit, man. That was a good trend. If he doesn't know how to take profit on that trend, just stop trading altogether. Oh, by the
Dude,
way,
that guy sucks. If he's gonna go after another long, I'm shorting.
Bro, that dude needs to go on vacation. He just needs to go somewhere.
93 million PNL 7 days. Negative.
Bro, if I lose $5,000, I gotta walk away for 12 hours to make sure that I don't revenge trade. I don't even know how many days you gotta go away for when you lose the amount of money he lost. Like, he needs to disappear for a year. Anything he does within the next year is gonna be a revenge trade.
Who is this you talking about?
Oh, James Wynn. And there's something called diminishing returns. He might have lost 93, but for him to get 93 back, he needs to not only double his money, he needs to work, like work that chart up, really know what he's doing. It's no joke to lose that kind of money and try to thinking that you can get that money
You
back.
just buy another meme coin, right? That's how it works. You did it
Well,
once,
get
right?
No,
You could
no,
do it
guys,
again.
seriously, I can do it in one trade. I just have to up my leverage.
Oh wow! Don't remind me of how I traded before.
There's every once in a while we'll see somebody take something that we call a forever trade, which is the last trade ever. One more hit, that one last bank job, you know, where it's like that's what they do. They've got a certain amount, then they figure out in their head, if I just hit this one trade, I'm out. Right, like the last trade at the casino, I can just double this up. I can stop gambling or whatever lies you tell yourself to take the risk you're not supposed to be taking. And every once in a while,
You
we'll
lose
see
it all.
somebody do it, and this felt like that. This felt like that one last trade. Hit it big on memes, got a nice bag. Shit, all I gotta do is hit this one. All I gotta do is hit this one trade. It's going to 150, right?
Let's look
Everybody
for the
said it's going
safest
to
trade in the
150.
market.
In his mind he was being safe. He's on Bitcoin. He's like, it's
Yeah, dude.
Bitcoin, What are they gonna do? Come get me? Yeah. It sucks, bro. You see it happen a bunch of
Every
times,
day.
and then you see some successful ones. We saw a current successful one that's currently active right now that a lot of people don't realize. Trump coin is a forever trade. Trump took $6 billion net worth and turned it into a $60 billion net worth at the end of this vesting period if Trump coin at least stays where it came in at. If Trump coin can stay at the price that it came in at until the last vesting schedule is done, there'll be $60 billion coming out of that, which is a 10x on a $6 billion net worth. That's a forever trade. That's the last trade ever.
And he's not gonna run for presidency again.
What? Are you kidding me? It's done. He couldn't anyways. What are you gonna do? Run a smear campaign about how he 10x? Who cares, bro? He won. W in the chat.
Yeah.
Every
Hey,
once in a
Dbloc, can you
while
check
you
this
see
coin out for me?
somebody pull it off, and it's like, it's motivating. It is, but it's scary because somebody else will try to attempt the same thing and lose it all. Check what?
Oh, sorry. If you have time, you mind checking a chart real quick?
What's that?
It's kind of a new play. It's Zeus on ETH. It's like gaining a lot of traction right now. It's like a new Matt Fury narrative.
Yeah.
Pepe's dog, apparently.
Yeah. Somebody was talking about it the other day.
Yeah, Zeus on ETH. Da Vinci, Jeremy, and a bunch of these guys are talking about it. So I don't know if it's like any good.
Zeus, but it's on ETH.
Yeah, Zeus on ETH. Yeah, it just broke all-time high.
16
It's
cents.
very close
Oh,
to it.
this isn't the same one that I'm looking at then.
No, not that one. No, not that one. It's at 55 mil right now.
Yeah, the Zeus you're looking at is the
You're
one
on
for.
Dexit.
It just came out 13 days ago, and it's going crazy.
What exchanges is it in?
What's the ticker? It's a question.
ZEUS.
Oh,
It's Pepe's dog.
yeah, I know. I just spelled it wrong.
Yeah, that one, the top one.
Is it on an exchange already? Not yet.
Yeah, it's on like a couple exchanges, Mexi and a couple other.
Can you short it
Mexi,
on
but
that
it's spot only,
exchange?
right? Not in a perps.
No perps yet. It's just spot, I believe.
Okay.
This shit is about to do the thing.
Yeah, like.
You just wait till they list this shit on a. You just wait till they get an opportunity to short this thing, bro. Oh man.
This looks nice though, no? Or
Uh-huh.
I think it is bundled though, but
That's not...
Oh, it's super bundled. I'm looking at the candles right now. They've already made money on their bundle.
you think this can go to 100 though?
I think this thing could break all-time high, get listed on a futures exchange, and go to shit. Is what's gonna happen.
It's on Mexican schedule.
So
I'm
you
putting
can
a star
short
on
this
it.
thing
I'm
now?
putting it on ticket.
I don't think
What's
so.
the
It's only on
price?
spot. It's at 55 mil.
55 mil market cap.
What's the like the coin?
6013.
Oh, me unless this is a different Zeus.
There
Oh,
is a
Zeus.
different
Okay.
Zeus.
Other
Yeah,
ones are all
it's just on
fake. This is
spot.
the real one.
Never mind.
I'm gonna wait for 100 million, and I'm gonna short it.
Let's take a look at the holders. Let's see what's up. We don't have to guess.
I'm getting it.
Holders, snipers, bro. You just want to buy it. You were ready to buy it before you even before we said anything about it. All right, so sold all, sold all, sold
I'm
all,
quiet.
sold all, sold all. Let's see.
They have like 11,000 followers on Twitter, and their TG's blowing up 5K.
I'm gonna
It's
check
been
their
trending
website.
for quite a while now.
Yeah,
Some F
the website's actually very nice too. I'm not gonna lie. This reminds me of like Brett.
But this thing has $1 million in liquidity.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Man.
And the top two holders alone can wreck this. Anybody, any two holders in the top 10 pull their profit at the same time, this shit is gone.
Damn.
Just know
Yo,
that.
Dbloc, check out the website. The website's dope.
I'm
Yeah, it is
good.
dope.
I've looked at this long enough. Good luck.
I want that dog.
You've been warned.
I want that dog. Looks cute. It's cute enough.
$1 million in liquidity is insane, guys. What the hell are we even talking about right now?
5 million with 1 million liquidity. That's dangerous.
Come on, bro.
That's dangerous. Let me check its Twitter. No, I just
Where if Emad was here, he'd be like on the hunt for the short already.
oh, for sure.
It's got it'll probably be listed soon.
Look at that.
It can go. Just don't be.
Zeus debit card.
Just don't be greedy with the profits, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I always move my stop long along with the price.
I love it when they do marketing like this. Like they even put the Zeus token in World Star Hip Hop official IG.
Yeah, I seen that yesterday.
And
All
that's
hype.
supposed to make me buy. Oh, come on, man.
Yeah.
I've been in this game way too long. World Star Hip Hop. Come on. Let's see if they're on Coin Market Cap at least. Let's see if they're doing due diligence.
Yeah, I think they are.
Okay, that's good. That means they have good financial backing.
Limitless, don't be greedy with any token, but especially not one with a $55 million market cap and $1 million in liquidity.
Oh no, they don't. They don't. It's not yet. It's not yet. It's not yet a crypto asset in. Oh, here we go. True Zeus coin.
Okay, it's there.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's listed. Okay.
there's a couple other fake ones. They're all like 5 mil, 6 mil.
You don't think that the guy sitting with $700,000 in unrealized P&L realizes there's only $1 million in liquidity? The number 10th wallet has half of it. You don't think he realizes that if he doesn't take his 500,000, he's not getting his 500,000?
Ouch.
Like the video you showed us other day with the
Yeah,
quadrillion.
yeah. Yeah. I'm at 47 quadrillion. My take profit is at 375 quadrillion, so I'm not taking profit just yet.
I loved it when he toned down his voice and he was like, "Oh, I can't get it out just yet."
Yeah. It's like I can't get it out just yet, but when it goes up,
That's so funny, man. That was so funny.
I mean, that's a position that these guys are about to be in. If this goes up one more time, your top 4 wallets are going to be over $1 million in P&L. So that realization is going to start to hit that, yeah, we can't get this money.
It's gonna be a who's first game.
Uh-huh.
I'm not letting you take that liquidity. It's gonna be that. Well, let's see.
The 10th wallet is probably in the best position. He's the only one that can probably get all of it out. He'll still wreck the chart, but he can probably get the whole. That
Oh, he'll put a
750 is
hole
not
through
gonna.
that chart.
That yeah, that
750 at a mil is insane.
the 750 isn't gonna get even half of that. That chart's just gonna get destroyed if they decide to pull. So then you
That's
get
market
you
maker
you
right
put
there.
yourself in a weird situation where you're like, well, maybe the top 10 wallets are all the devs. Okay, if that's your silver lining, you know what I mean? Like you're looking at that as a good thing. That's that's even worse in my opinion.
That's even worse.
Well, stranger things have happened. I'm just saying, just know that you're taking a really asymmetric bet in the opposite direction.
So how many different meme coins are there that are in similar situations like that? I'm assuming there's a lot, but I'm assuming their
Millions,
lifespan are
bro.
very low.
Millions. That's why I
Yeah,
tell
but they
people
last
like,
out there.
people are like, well, you
Well, I'll
know,
be
there's
honest.
10 million coins, da da da, but they're dead. They're dead zombie coins, right? They come out, they get pulled, they get wrecked, and there's no. When you go on a coin market cap, if you go past the 3rd page, like these things have less than $1 million in daily trading volume. If that, you go to the 7th or 8th page, you're talking $1,000 of trading volume, maybe. Like they're dead.
Wow.
Money will never go back into those coins unless somebody can get the hype up somehow. Like
GameStop. Yeah.
community takeovers and blah blah blah, all that bullshit.
Yeah, good to know.
But for a coin to hit 55 million market cap, it's not bad. Not bad. 13 days, not bad.
What coin is that?
Nah, from a dev perspective, you know, it was from a dev perspective, they won.
Yeah, dude.
From a consumer perspective, I mean, you're buying something that's extremely overvalued. It's the greater fool theory, right? You're just betting that somebody that's a greater fool than you will come in and buy it at a higher price.
I like that one.
That's what I didn't
Greater
coin it. That's what they say all of crypto is really. They're like it's the greater fool theory. But everything is, right? Anything. You buy a car, you want it to, you know, it's anything. Anytime you buy something low and want to sell it high, you're hoping that somebody finds value in it and is willing to buy it at more than you sold it for. I mean, more than you bought it for.
You know what sucks about that though? You gotta have patience. You really gotta have patience, or you start negotiating the price down. That's the problem with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Elon Musk pulled a. I got rugged by Elon Musk. That's for sure. A lot of us did back during COVID.
I'll be right back.
Oh, BJ still got her chart up. All right. How's this looking? Such a different indicator. The line and mark. That's what it's called, right? Line and mark. Line and marker. It's like one continuous line with dots on it. It's interesting. All right, so we bounced off all her pivot points, which looks good.
Right, she has it up.
Yeah, she still has it up from yesterday, last night. I was mesmerized, man. I was watching. I was at work, so I couldn't really like sit there and focus the whole time. So I kind of keep it, on the AirPods in my back pocket. But like whenever I
Dude,
pulled it out and looked, I was just like,
I
"Can you
hated the
please
part where
tell
she got
me
hard on the
where?"
chart, and I was like, that still makes sense. What's happening?
I was just listening. I was
That's
just.
so
I told her
awesome.
straight up. I was like, "I need you to start from scratch. Like the day you decide to make one of these from scratch, I would like to be there, please and thank you, because that's the only way
I
I'm gonna
think she's doing
learn."
ETH. I think she's doing ETH on Friday in front of us, so we could like.
I'm off on Friday, so that's perfect.
Uh,
That's
yeah.
beautiful.
I'm excited for Friday, dude. I want to do
That's
this on here.
beautiful. I just need. I want to see like how that started, because I guess just like like look, market cipher, right? Like
Yeah.
as a newcomer, you look at market cipher, you're like, what am I looking at? And then once you understand the order of what you really need, like the money
Yep.
line, the VWAP, and well, I kind of want to know what's the order for her charting. Like what
See,
comes first in priority compared to what you just throw on at the last.
we actually got the sentiment, like the overall value of what the chart was, what BJ's chart was doing, because we understand like the hierarchy of these EMAs, right? We're there. We're that kind of trader already. We understand what the 50 is, the 200, where these things are, these fibs, which is important, which fibs are important, so that when we see the confluence in BJ's chart, we go like, whoa. But
Right.
you need
No,
to
I,
get
I get that. I get that, and I'm getting the hang of
if
it.
you
But
haven't gotten there yet and you see BJ's chart, then it goes like, what is this?
I mean, there's just so much. There's so much. It just the snowflake. You knew what the snowflake was? If
Yeah,
I didn't ask
dude,
that
I was there.
question, you knew what was going on with the snowflake?
Yeah, it was crazy. But Snowflake actually follows, okay, the snowflake figure, the way it's figured, though the geometric shape of a snowflake actually has confluence with the universal fibs. So its central point and branching out, the distance between each stem and branch of a snowflake is actually fib related.
Okay.
So it kind
So
of makes sense why it makes sense, you know.
for me, it was just how it was placed. That's why I would ask, like,
Yeah,
how do
it
you
was
how
placed.
do you know where to
I
put it?
didn't know how
And
she did it.
and then I
Like when
started thinking that she just did it, off of like a past trend. Like, okay, this is what happened, so we could put this there now. But she was saying she placed it before anything took place, which was
yeah, she placed
bananas
it
to
last
me. Because I was looking, and she's like, "Yeah, look, there's one right here. Do you see it?" And obviously I didn't see it. But then like where I thought I saw it and where I thought she would put it, or if there wasn't one existing, she would put it like an inch to the left on the bottom. Every time. Every time I thought I saw one, it would go basically to the left of it, but like southwest. And I was like, all right, so I mean I'm on track, just not on point. So but yeah, I
I'm
would love
back,
to
yeah.
see her start one from scratch. What's up, man? It's very interesting charting technique. I thought I was like on shrooms or something, but I started seeing 3D patterns. I started seeing like Saturn's rings. I'm like, okay, so the more I look at it, the more I feel like I kind of see what's going on. But I just need that like list of, like I said, an order of priority. I want to know what's the most heftiest, indicator, and what's the last thing you slap on. So
Dude, I took a screenshot
Friday
of
sounds
that
good.
shit. I sent it to the boys at Whale Club. So that's Kyle's club in Crypto Banter. I was like, hey, make sense of this.
Bro, if you could stop mentioning that, that'd be cool.
So,
Like, I
sorry.
get it, but like every time you come on, you give a full description on whose club it is, where you could find it. Like,
Oh, sorry, man.
yeah, appreciate that.
Yeah. So, anyways, like I sent it to the guys there, and they were like, "Whoa!" and they kind of saw where the price points were, and they're like super impressed. They're like, "Do you have a copy?" No, we don't, but we have it up on stream all the time. Some of the guys there actually know you, Dbloc. They actually visit once in a while and check out your charts.
That's cool.
602. Wait, were we having a bullish momentum? Pretty bullish on the 5. It's off the 100. Wait, where is it?
Let's see if this is a fake out.
We still haven't lost bullish momentum on the 5 minute yet. Remember, price through the 50 means nothing if the 13 EMA is still above.
Copy. And I'm always looking at the 1 minute, man. I gotta stop doing that.
No, I mean the 1 minute is good, but we already got that bearish momentum flip on the 1 minute, right? When we lost the 50 up here. So now the test to see is if it follows through to the 5 minutes. So once that gets confirmed and we lose it and we're coming down, I'll usually switch up to a higher time frame.
Okay.
And to watch that same sort of pattern play out again.
And then will you switch to like the 15 in a bit, or you stay
Yeah,
on
this
5?
yeah, if it breaks down and goes, then we can go to the 15 and see if it's going to continue.
Copy.
If 15 EMA would be at the bottom of the vector. Did I use all of my...
Yeah, close my shorts. Trying some longs here, speculating. Soul's really strong. What news is coming out of Soul? Did you hear anything, Dbloc, about Soul today?
Not today, but I've been telling you, Soul's picking up. Daily transactions are going
Oh,
up.
XRP and Solana joined Bitcoin in new wave of public crypto treasuries. 12 hours ago, NASDAQ listed class over plans to raise up to $500 million to build a Soul treasury.
I'm building a Soul treasury, so it's good to hear the big guys are too.
Yeah. There we go. Okay, so that's what's happening.
Soul's been picking
So
up
public
ever since
companies are
Launchcoin. Launchcoin is what really brought Soul back up here. That whole narrative is starting to kick off. They like to sort of line up the good news, in my opinion, which is smart. A good team will do that. A good team will hold good news when sentiment is bad because it's going to have sort of less of an effect. You know what I mean? Like you drop your news when you're having when it's going to have the most effect.
Yeah. You don't want to use
You don't
those
want to
chips
waste
on a
it.
bad day.
Yeah, you don't want to waste
Yeah,
it.
you don't want to waste it. Totally agree. Totally agree.
That's why Elon stopped tweeting about Doge during the bear market. Like, but every time that you use your influence to try to make something happen and it doesn't happen, it diminishes your influence.
Yes, sir.
So
I
you don't
agree.
take that risk, you know?
And people remember
Yeah, of
because
course.
it's their money. You know, when you affect someone's money, they remember you.
Like people who shill all the time. Like the reason that people don't listen to people who shill all the time is because they don't remember the times that it hit. They remember every time that it didn't, you know?
Ooh, yeah, that's true. That is true.
So unless you have a
That is
real
very,
good
very
track
true.
record,
Yep. That's really hard to do in this space, by the way, especially if you dox yourself. It's really hard to do. Yeah, nice bounce on Soul. ETH is bouncing as well. Good bounce on the 15. Both are bouncing on the 50 EMA. Dominance looking good. Dominance still at 64. What are those two green lines on your dominance D-block? Right below it, right below this area on your dominance, there's like two green lines.
this is where we were hoping it would catch before. We've already broken that though. Really not important at this point. They're older lines.
Starting to suck how it's going sideways at this range. How dominance is moving sideways on this range.
Yeah, this down here is what's important.
$61 or below.
Chicken wants to roll over though. I hope that was it.
You got to open my Ghost.
Nah, I didn't see that. I don't think I've been on a 5-day chart. Excuse me. No, we're talking about dominance. Dominance looks like it wanted to roll over. I mean, BTC doesn't look much better, honestly. You know how this works, guys. We're waiting for that 13 to get pulled under the 50 here. Go back to our 15-minute to see the progress. Back to the middle of the range. I didn't do it, y'all. Don't shoot the messenger. Nah, I'm still waiting, Tana. I'm still waiting, and I'm glad I waited because, yeah, some of the ones I was looking at definitely got cheaper, especially on their BTC value. Yep. Exactly. Last thing I was trying to do was come off of that high of catching those 74 bottoms just to like be underwater on alts.
I don't know if you were here yesterday. I was telling the guy. I think Clive came in. I was telling them about because my aunt works for IFF, and so it's International Flavors and Fragrances. I was telling and she told me like if you're gonna get into stocks the next 5 years, just hold on to food manufacturers. because that's going to be the big thing. After all this AI stuff and all that, it's going to be about food supply and who's going to be the best food manufacturer and create who can supply food to the markets.
Dude, I know as soon as we get to the top of this bull market, I'm about to sit on my ass for a year on my profits and eat some food. I'm gonna need some good food suppliers. I'm about to get
It ain't gonna
fat.
be Dbloc anymore. It's gonna be a D circle.
I'm about to get fat.
Dbloc gonna turn into a shape.
Those are my goals. My goals aren't in a dollar amount, yo. My goals are that guy you see at that big fat dude that you see at the club. He's got all the money in the world. He don't care. Shirts open, belly out. Nah, I can't gain weight easy. I can pretty much eat whatever I want. I know that shit'll catch up to me eventually though. The problem with those coins is like even if you find a good coin that's worth a lot, it's probably in shit condition unless you were like a collector. Like if you just go through like grandma's old bucket of quarters and find some like something with an error, it's probably gonna be in really shitty condition. I mean it'll still be worth something, but yeah. Well, they discontinued the penny, which is interesting. Doesn't seem like a big deal, but the last time we did this was when they got rid of the half penny. It does mean that all financial transactions in the United States will be rounded up to 5 cents, not to the penny. Right? So there is money there. And also they can't afford it. You know, it costs about $3 to make a penny.
You kidding me?
No.
It's up that much.
I wish I was kidding.
Oh my god! I know the copper's out like from a long.
It
But what are they
costs
using?
$3 to make a penny, and it costs $17, I believe, to make a nickel.
No way.
Yeah.
So that's why they just keep printing hundreds, huh?
Hold on, give me a second. I'll get you the accurate numbers.
That's wild.
Oh, here it is. So it costs $3.69 to create a penny, and then $13.78 to make a nickel, as of 2024.
Yeah.
Serious?
That's crazy.
Yep.
Or is it 3.69 cents?
No.
It's weird how it's written.
Oh, it's $3.
Because it says 13.8 cents. It doesn't say $13.8. So weird, right?
Hold on, let me get the I did this the other day when they talked about getting rid of the penny. I knew I was gonna have to talk about. I did some research on it.
Oh, no. It's really 3 cents. So it's 3.69
My bad. You're
cents.
probably right.
Yeah, so it costs 3 times
Yeah,
the amount.
yeah,
Just
yeah.
oh, that's
5
crazy. And the
cents.
nickel,
5 cents costs 13 cents. 10 cents costs.
a dime costs
Oh, that's
4
interesting.
cents. A quarter costs 11 cents.
The dime and the quarter costs. Yeah, the dime and the quarter costs less, but the nickel and the penny are
Because of
lower
the
price.
material.
Yeah.
Ah. Wow. That's crazy.
Anyways, just the it doesn't seem like a big deal, but when your shit gets priced up 4 cents because they're rounding, or priced up, 2 cents because they're rounding, people don't think of half cents anymore. So in a couple of years, you won't even think about it anymore. But it is a 5-to-1 versus before it was 1-to-1. Now we're talking about a 5-to-1.
Damn, I guess no more 9.99s.
Nobody's using them. I mean, nobody uses coins. You know what I mean?
Nah, everything's digital now. But still, from like a marketing perspective, that 9.99 looks different than 10. So that
Lost
makes sense.
$85 million on $3 billion in pennies, on 3 billion pennies that were minted in 2024 at an $85 million loss.
Yeah, that's wild.
Might be interesting to look into nickel though. Nickel prices could go up if they're forced. I mean, that's going to force nickel production up.
So that that doesn't use steel? What is nickel made of?
Nickel.
Actually?
Yeah.
I feel so stupid right now. Damn, okay. Because you said it twice. I'm like, there's no way he means like actual nickel.
Yeah, like nickel. Yeah, nickel's at like $17,000 a ton right now, something like that.
Oh, okay. Glad I asked.
For 19 years, we've been minting pennies and nickels at a loss. But I guess save your pennies, right? It'd be
People stay
like if your
collecting like crazy.
grandma ever gave you like a half penny, you know, or like a $2 bill.
Those came back in circulation though.
The
A while
$2
back.
bills, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I still don't see them. They're very rare, but you can ask for 'em.
Nah, just to screw everybody. And my uncle's been giving me $2 bills for my birthday for since I was born. Like, just hold these; they'll be worth a lot one day. Right. All right, got it.
We need some news to fast forward this market, man. I don't think the next thing's till what, like June 11th or something.
No, this week is pretty full when it comes to news. We've got
Saw it somewhere. I'm trying to find. I had a list.
you go to Forex Factory if you want to find the calendar.
Forex Factor.
So today, yesterday we had PMI. Today we had jobs opening, results. I need CPI came. Farm, non-farm employment and PMI. Tomorrow, unemployment claims on after unemployment rate and non-farm, and month-over-month earnings on the 6th. Friday. Yeah, it's a pretty full week. The jobs data is really important. Is more important in my opinion than the inflation data right now. They're really hyper focusing on jobs.
Yeah, that should push a lot.
Where are we? We catch Amazon yet? We're so close. Amazon's at 2.193 trillion market cap, and we're at 2.111. We flip Amazon, and then we're gunning for Apple. At the end of this bull market, we'll be underneath. We'll be number 2. This is one of the metrics that I'm looking at to see, okay, when do we have to start worrying a little bit about Bitcoin being at the top?
Yeah, I mean, if the Bitcoin price goes up, we're gonna move or rank up.
Yeah, I think we can take second place. So there's going to be a couple of signs. Bitcoin being second place on the asset sheet. Coinbase being first place on the App Store. Google Bitcoin searches being at all-time highs. Like there will be signs aside from the chart. There will be other signs. All right, we can shrink this vector down to here. So that resistance level that I was talking about, that horizontal and the top of the flag, obviously held. But this is going to be our bullish trigger, right? The same way that our bearish trigger comes on these breaks underneath. As long as we're in the middle of this, guys, I know it's hard because there's a lot of up and down in these trends, but when you back up, the reason that this still feels like the weekend is because we're basically in the same spot. Just gotta cool this baby down a little bit. That's all.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We're gonna stay in this bear flag for the whole week until Friday. Either we gonna a false move up or false move down.
I mean, that's what I was hoping for now, but we're not
Yeah.
even making an attempt, you know? I mean, well, we did make an
Yeah.
attempt, but Market Maker seems more than happy to sit here and just make money the way he's been making money, like we just saw. Like, there has been not one unrecovered vector in the past 3 days, 4 days. Just making money hand over fist. What does that mean?
What, hand over fist?
Yeah, I have no idea what that means. I mean, I know what it's supposed to mean, but where does it come from? Anybody have any idea? Some weird shit we say and we have no idea what. I know it means you're making, you know, but maybe because you keep reaching for more. Yeah, that's what it is. Your fist has the money you made. Your hand is reaching out for the next. I got it. All right, stupid question. I said the inside thing outside.
It typically refers to making or losing money rapidly.
That
It
makes
usually comes
sense,
from
Scoop.
sailing.
Yes,
Sailing, where
yeah.
sailors would pull ropes in a continuous motion.
Yeah,
Hand
Scoop
over
just
fist
said.
phrase.
Scoop just said the phrase comes from maritime technology. Bro, YouTube chat is like Chat GPT.
For real.
Like I just call him Chat GPT. I just throw a question out. There's some hallucinations, right? You're gonna get a couple hallucinations, but one of them is gonna get it right.
Oh man.
Oh, I love this shit. Nah, you're gonna get some hallucinations. You know, AI is not there yet. The best large language model is still gonna give you some hallucinations. Especially one that's like human powered like ours. Yeah, exactly. So like we have humans that do the same thing.
I'm gonna make more coffee. Be right back.
Yeah, but in the late 90s, like if you had a question, you had to count on like the smartest person in the room. And if you were the smartest person in the room, you got to just make shit up. Good old days. Oh, Cali's accumulating. Yeah, I know, right, Justin? That's how it used to be, anyways. Especially like with your kids, what you said goes. Now these kids will Google some shit right in your face with the phone you bought them.
Yeah.
With the
Make
phone
you
you
feel
bought them on
stupid.
the Wi-Fi you pay for.
Yeah.
Disrespectful. Nah, that shit doesn't fly anymore. It's like used to be able to get away with that back in the day, I guess. It's like if Bitcoin can keep going sideways here. Like we need to focus a little less on where Bitcoin's going. Right now it's going sideways, which is good. Let it go sideways. What we need to focus on is Dom. Because if Dom can drop another level here, then these alts are gonna break out of their bull flags.
Yeah,
And
BTC
that's
just
where our chunk of change is gonna come from.
BTC giving just all the chance to come and join.
Hmm.
So you don't left behind. Either you're gonna pump or dump.
Yo, Dbloc, I got so in past, I do remember like doesn't sometimes for that to happen, we get a quick flush on Bitcoin and then a pop up, and that's when alts kind of take back because then that's where like the like people actually like big players are sold out of their Bitcoin to get into alts.
Well, you get a
I think that
flush.
already happened.
You get a sort of move down on Bitcoin that'll give you a bit of reversal on Dom. So this drop that we had, hold on, I would have to go to, let me go to a lower time frame. So you see right where my line is? So that drop on Bitcoin gave us that sort of reversal that we needed on Dom, right? But if Bitcoin can go sideways, once Dom chooses a direction, it'll keep that direction for the most part until Bitcoin pivots. Right? You see, like we didn't pop up on Dom until we pivoted on Bitcoin. We didn't really pop down until we pivoted again. So when Bitcoin consolidates and Dom's already chosen a direction, that's when it's good for the alts. Because you can make your decisions then. Okay, Bitcoin's going sideways. The alts are sitting in bear flags because they've hit tops and, sort of done that sort of pattern on the way down. Dom should continue going down as long as Bitcoin just stays still. So this top might have been enough for that. very simply put, 64% means $6.40 out of every $10 in crypto is in Bitcoin. Every percentage that comes down while alts are doing good is money coming into your alts. Every percentage that it goes up is money coming out of your alts. With Bitcoin running completely flat.
Gotcha.
It's the sentiment. Sentiment is still bullish right now. So if Dom continues to drop, the alts can still get a little bit more. But this wouldn't be get into new position sort of territory. This would be ride a position you're already out in, right? Let other people FOMO. Alright, we're gonna come grab the rest of this now. Drink that vector Bitcoin. What do you mean, Santa? No, I was saying for alts because we were looking at dominance. Yeah, like I'm not talking about the alts could still run here, open a new position. I'm saying for people who are still in their positions and hoping that, because some of the alts don't look as bearish as Bitcoin, obviously. But no, I took profit off of my big alt and I took profit off of Bitcoin here. 20%. Bitcoin going down and Dom coming down, what that does for the alts is it gives you less of a drop. Right? You're not going to avoid the drop. If Bitcoin drops, the alts are going to drop. If Bitcoin drops and dominance is dropping, they won't drop as much. If Bitcoin drops and dominance is going up, they're going to get smacked. So my whole thesis about getting into the low market cap alts is we're at 64% dominance. At some point, this is going to come down to the 50s. I'm not trying to be in those small market cap alts when this comes down to the 50s and just hope that Bitcoin isn't also coming down at the same time. Right? I need to wait for them to be in position against their BTC pairs. And that won't happen until dominance gets lower. When dominance gets lower, anything under like 750, 500 mil, I'm holding maybe one project under 500 mil right now. And it's getting smacked. But I'm DCAing into it, so it's fine. The other bigger, chunkier coins, if they get hit, they're going to get hit. But they've made a lot of support on the way up. They're not going to get hit as bad as like the low market cap stuff is. Especially if they've got a lot of mind share. So nah, I just set it on the side, trader. On TradingView, I just put it to 2 screens. Put Dom on one, and then I just slide it over. All right, so we got that bearish momentum flip on the 5 minute, right, that we were waiting for back here. Then once that momentum was confirmed, we got that red vector candle down. We should retest it, right? We haven't really retested. This will come down, we'll retest again, and then we'll try to break that 200. Those vectors have already been paid for now. We go to the 15 minute. Okay, now we're at that fight on the 50 on the 15 minute. And you see how I was saying how like we follow it up through the time frames? So we watched it fight and break on the 1 minute, fight and break on the 5 minute. And now we're looking for our reaction on the 15 minute to see if we have a continuation through these liquidations. Am I roboting?
Nice. There's a nice confluence right there, Dbloc. Your 200 is right in the bottom of that vector gap.
Yeah. And it's also the uptrend.
Perfect. Nice wick down. That kind of gather itself right on top of that trend line.
Yeah, I mean, we can go in between and go to the 10 minute and get a little bit of a view on how it reacted to its 50 here. Right, it's breaking. Still haven't gotten a confirmation, but it did break. Or so at the very least, I think we come down deeper into this vector gap. On the 10 minute, the 200 is sitting right above that. If we turn on the 50% mark on the bull flag, we should be sitting right on it. Did we break it? Okay. It's also important to watch when you're looking at flags. This is the 50% mark. Oh, all right. I was like, damn, my internet's messing up again. I just want you guys to get used to, I mean, I know we hear it all the time so much that it's just cliche, right? The trend is your friend to the end. But it really is. Right? Once you establish a range and you see that you're literally ranging from range highs to range lows, your first assumption should be that that range is going to continue. Whether it's your bearish range here, right, from your bear flag, or whether it's your horizontal range from the weekend trap, until you see evidence with volume, real evidence, not just a fast move into resistance. We see that constantly. Right? You can't keep falling for that. But a real change in the amount of volume or the amount of FOMO or the amount of sentiment or the amount of any price mover, right, than the last time that we attempted it, right? If we're under the same sort of influence that we were from the static buy pressure that we have, which is what we have, this is just us trading back and forth. Like, there's no new money coming in. Everything's on the sidelines right now, waiting for this move down. This is just us day trading back and forth. Okay, so until we see volume look significantly different than it has at other peaks, right, at other tops, basically the same. This isn't even, the volume we had here isn't even as high as it was here the first time that we hit our top. right? And you look over to the tape and the tape is dead. And you go on Twitter and Trump hasn't said anything crazy. Although today is interesting with the whole Trump wallet thing. That could have been it. When I heard that news, I was like, maybe this is what we need to get over this resistance, but the market didn't bite. These hollow candles, Adam, are retail candles, right? These candles that aren't brightly colored. This just means this is regular retail candles, regular red and green candles. These brightly colored ones are the ones with increased tick volume, right? This is when market maker steps in under these candles. I've just got them hollowed out, just to emphasize the importance of the other ones, really. You can set those up however you want on the indicator, though. This is just how I have mine set up. And because I can't just stare at a red and green chart all day, it would drive me crazy.
And these candles are my only indicators. I don't use any other indicator. Just these trend lines and these vector candles. These are my indicators to open in the trade.
Sometimes it's best to keep it simple. I mean,
Yeah.
there's two different things, right? There's TA that's like explanatory, that can show you like every possibility of what could happen or whatever. And then there's the simple TA that you use every day to trade, that's actionable, right? Like, what do I
Yeah.
need to know to get into this trade? Anything else that's cool. We'll do that later when we start doing like some macro long TA on something or whatever. But if you had to go through a 20 indicator checklist before you got into a position, I mean, you know, just time wise, you've got some lag.
Yeah, I was speaking to Rick earlier today, and we was discussing the trading strategy. And I was telling him that I don't use any kind of indicators, no EMA, no moving average, no market cipher, no nothing. It's just a D-block chart that I follow. Just the trend lines that I'm very good at. I just mark the trend lines on my chart and that's it. And I go to the D-block chart, his channels on Discord or YouTube. So I see the liquidations, I see the vector candles, the moving average, everything is right there. So I don't need to work hard because Dbloc is already putting too much effort for us to do
No, I mean what's best is
perfect thing.
what's best is when you can replicate the same thing on your chart, right? Because my point is like everybody can do this.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
mean, you're right. You're right. You're right. You can do that. I can draw all these lines. If you look at my chart, yeah, it's total empty. It's nothing on there, just apart from the trend line from the top to bottom. That's it. I've got
nice.
nothing inside. Yeah, but I know after looking at your chart, I know where to take the trade because as soon as we had hit the trend line where the trap longs were, everybody was expecting the price to go up, but I knew it was going to come down. So I just took the trade from there short. That's
Nice.
it. That's my strategy. Yesterday, I did the same thing. You see those green candles, and we went to the top. Everybody was expecting to go high, but I know we were coming down. So I took the short.
Yeah, that's good. It's
And
starting to click for you.
yeah, yeah. And I'm more interested into short instead of going long.
Well, probably just because it's clicking for you now, but it's exactly the same in the opposite direction.
Same way.
Yeah.
But sometime if you know the price action, if you see the price action, sometime you miss the move to the upward because it's very rapid, it's very fast.
Yeah.
So you miss that. You can't jump in between. But on the way down, you know what time it is, when you have the right time to jump in. Just wait for the confirmation, just to wait for the second candle, and that's it. There you go.
That makes me happy to
And
hear
if
that. That's really my goal.
yeah,
Really, is to simplify this
yeah,
shit for everybody.
honestly, before that, I was the second James Wayne, man. First James Wayne, you can say that. Whatever I have, just put all in and see what happens. Now my trading strategy is just completely changed because everything is just right there, and I'm telling everybody on the YouTube, just do your own research as well, but look at the Dbloc chart. It's everything is right there, just right there. You don't need to work hard. So you just need to understand the price action, the moves, and everything, and you're good to go. You can take a trade easily. I'm sure you will never lose. I mean, there are some time where you
No, guys, listen.
uh,
I'm gonna get it horribly,
no, I'm
spectacularly
not.
wrong. I promise you.
No, I
If
mean,
there's one
you
thing
know,
I can promise you is that eventually I am going to get it ridiculously wrong. But
hey, yeah, yes.
hopefully I'll earn enough
Everybody can
credit.
get. Yeah, everybody can go wrong because I was talking to Rick earlier that things can go wrong all of a sudden because when there is some kind of a news or
Yeah, so many
some
things
kind
out
of
of
a
our
tweet.
control. You know
Yeah,
what I
so
mean?
many things. Yeah, so you can invalidate your patterns. You can
Of course.
invalidate the price action. So that's the only
Somebody
case where
told me
you
the
are
other
wrong.
day, somebody told me the other day in the YouTube, they were like, and I think they were trying to troll, but it was just funny how it came out. They were like, "Oh, well, the way you draw your patterns, you can never be wrong because there's always an invalidation."
Yeah,
I was like, "Yeah, exactly. You're
yeah,
getting it." Like, I don't know if you're trying to say that as a bad thing,
yeah,
but no, that's
yeah,
exactly what I'm trying to show. As long as you know where your invalidation is and you have good risk management, then yeah, it's really hard to go wrong.
yeah. Most of the time, it's perfect. It's just perfect. It's just spot on.
Well, I appreciate that, bro, because a lot of effort
Yeah,
goes into it.
it really helps me a lot. It really helped me a lot, man. I'm telling you.
Makes trading a little more fun, a little
Yeah,
more peace of mind.
yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Especially when you come from all-time high. This
yeah,
move down is actually one of the more dangerous parts of the chart when you come from an all-time high. It can
yeah,
get really confusing. Trends don't make sense, and you just gotta simplify your rules and like having like my chart and then deep. I have a chart now that's like my Bitcoin chart, and right underneath it, it's a vertical screen. Right underneath it is Dbloc's Bitcoin chart, just to make sure like I get the right confluences. But yeah, that invalidation. By the way, your invalidation line
yeah,
is so helpful. Ah, so helpful. It's actually the invalidation line is like part of the risk management.
Yeah, you got
It's
to
like
know
you
when
can see how much distance you got.
you got to
Like,
know when your
are
thesis
you?
is wrong.
Yeah,
And sometimes
and like
just psychologically, it's good to have a line, an actionable line that, because if you leave it to when you feel is the right time, it's like, oh, then you run into some problems, right? But if you got a static line on your chart that says, no, the pattern that you played originally is invalidated at this point, no matter how you feel about it, whether you're happy or sad about it, whether you have hope, just know that if you don't end your trade at this point, that you're now in a different trade that's based off of whatever hopium, you know what I mean, you got. Yeah, my bad, y'all. I hope that would be the last 24-hour stretch we go without being on YouTube. It was not intentional, and it was probably like less, right? It was probably like 12, 14 hours or something. Who knows? Felt like forever though.
Yeah, me and Rick was talking about what happened today. He's not online. So we opened the weather forecast and then checked the Miami, your
We saw
area.
that shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, we saw the storms and rains, and it's. I thought he must have some technical issues with the wiring and stuff. So I hope you stay safe.
Yeah, it was spotty. Now, it wasn't that. I mean, the storm itself wasn't that bad. It's just the neighborhood. It's just an old neighborhood. We had the same issue last time a storm came through.
Yeah.
It's the hurricanes, right? Hurricanes come in and they batter everything. They don't necessarily knock it down, but they weaken everything.
Yeah.
And then for the next, 5 years, anytime a storm comes through, nah, but that's why we have the Discord. In case anything like that happens, I'm glad there was still Discord. You guys could come in, chop it up. Yeah, Kier, they still have them on poles over here, wooden poles. And the only thing Florida has more than storms is termites. So you add all of that together. Yeah, every once in a while a hurricane comes through and knocks out a bunch of shit, and then they replace them with the concrete poles. Because you can't dig in Florida. If I dig a hole in my backyard, it just fills with water. So they've got to be above ground, but they don't just go replace all of them. They go replacing them as they fail. Yeah, I know, Sample. Go figure. Because we're at the water line, Kier. They can't go underwater here. In some places they can, but it depends on the. Yeah. Them cables would just be underwater. Let's see. Let's see if Soul did enough to escape. To escape that big M pattern it put in on the 4-hour. So it came down to my first buy area. I'm in profit, that's good. But now I've got to figure out, is it going to reclaim this? Is it going to reclaim this support? Or not? Right? Is it just mean reversion to the 50? So we got that mean reversion to the 50 and the 200 and the 800 for that, for that point. Last 4 hours been bearish. We do have a vector gap underneath, which is a magnet that would pull it under support if that was weak. So the next 4-hour candles here are going to be pretty important. If we break down or if it looks like we're going to break down under support, then I'll take profits from my first DCA and probably add them to one of my lower orders. Point here is just to catch the falling knife on Sol, right? Point here for me is just to get the best average entry that I can for the push up for the end of the bull market. I'm not really too, I would have taken profits already if it was just a short term sort of play. But I also don't want to sit on profits that I've made from that first DCA if it looks like we're going to come back down into that range, right? But I'm a little bit more relaxed on when I should be taking profits here because of that. Yeah, I'm talking about spot right now. I'm just loading up bags, accumulating here. Sol is one of the ones that I really don't want to watch closely, which is why I set such a loose grid, right? As it comes down, whatever fills, fills. But I do want to have some exposure. I think that Sol is going to try to make a rebrand push, right? They're going to try to shake some of this meme coin stink they got off of them. And I'm already sort of seeing the projects bubble up, so we'll see. Somebody said ADA. Let me see. We haven't looked at ADA for a minute. So the last time we looked at ADA, we were looking for it to come down to its 50% vector. Pop back up. Well, you see the line might squiggle. This must have been a lazy TA day for me. Whenever you see me just start doing the TA with the damn marker tool, you know I'm like about to fall asleep. It's time to go to bed. But point was, pop up, come back down. We're basically consolidating in that area. It's a decent start. It's a decent start. Not the most beautiful high or low fractals structurally that I've seen, but I mean volume wise, but structurally it's sound. If it can hold its 50 EMA here, which is trying to do, it looks like they're trying to go for the full mean reversion here. 200 EMA, 800 EMA. Just a bit of rebalancing. A little yin to the yang. So you want this bull flag to hold up. Right, pretty clean so far, but you don't want to lose that level. Losing the 50 EMA will invalidate the bull flag. So 50 EMA is really what you want to watch. But just know you're in bullish structure here, which means that if it pops, you will have an inflow of cash from retail. Right, retail patterns are good because retail recognizes a bull flag, which means when you get breakouts on bull flags, they recognize that and they put their money there. So more of a chance for spot to sort of back this move if you do get it. Your invalidation though is Your invalidation, in my opinion, is the 50. You don't want to lose the 50. But if you got in on this W, your true invalidation is at 663. If you're trading after that, you're trading off of your own, no longer a pattern. This is why we want Bitcoin to go sideways. Like, I don't need Bitcoin to do anything crazy. Come down a little bit more, find mid-range, bottom of the range, and just continue to go sideways, and then let some of these alts sort of break out of these flags that they're building on the hourly. AVAX, I mean, everything's basically either building it or breaking out of it. Doge is another one that's in a bearish sort of channel that we need to break here. It has a chance, but it has to do it now, right? So the bearish channel is the overwhelming dominant pattern here. But as an attempt to get out of this bearish channel, bulls have major higher low fractal. Nice and clean. Broken out of it, retesting. Sort of consolidating at the break right now. After popping, right? Popped, came back, retested the 50 and the break. And you're still sitting there. What's going on, Mattis? So overall, still bearish here, but there is some bullish sort of structure trying to develop. If this plays out, you'll invalidate this bear flag if you get the full measured move. If this takes too long, because what you're really doing here is mean reversion, right? The pattern is meant to motivate retail to trade towards the mean reversion that market makers trying to accomplish regardless. But the mean reversion is the 200 EMA here. If this takes too long, the 200 EMA will roll down. And when we do get that pop-up, we might only get that, which keeps us inside of the bear flag. And yeah, so quicker the better. I hope that made sense. I just stopped myself because I felt myself going down a rabbit hole. So two things. We watch Bitcoin to see after it grabs this vector, are we just going to go sideways, which is what we want. If we do go sideways, is dominance going to continue to go down, which is what we want. If we get both those things, then the alts that we were looking at will break out of their flags and we'll get pushes. Yeah, I'll look at Gala for you. Hold on. Kind of interested to see what Gala's doing too. Same deal. Structurally broke out, building its flag on its hourly. Right. What I hate about Gala is that Gala doesn't make it easy for you, bro. Like Gala rarely gives you very clean patterns, which I hate. But so we had our W, almost invalidated it, didn't, right? Our invalidation for our W is here. Almost invalidated the W just to break out and give you the measured move, right? Or almost. Yeah, we're not quite at the measured move, the 800 EMA. But like, why do all that? You know what I mean? Like every other alt just does it, breaks, retests, goes. Like, why you gotta be so ugly all the time, Gala? Yeah, take a look at virtuals. The crazy thing is, it still makes the move though. Like, I feel you. I would say it's trash too if it just failed them all, but it still makes the move. It just doesn't do it in a very, very sexy way at all. Gala's in a, Virtuals is in a little symmetrical here. I mean, it doesn't, if you want to exclude the extremities and just take the bodies, it's still the same shit, but. Yeah, this is probably where we need to worry about. Not worried about anything underneath 180. And then if we want to look for a sentiment trend, it would be here. So we'd be looking for if you're long or if you're trying to hold position. We'd be looking for this support to hold. Trend is sort of in line with our symmetrical. We just get rid of the pattern. Right. What's important is this 50 EMA. Right. That's a struggle on the 4 hour. So we're wedging up. Right. Like we look at the pattern and you show people and you're like, okay, well, you know, you're in a symmetrical, right? Which is cool. Anybody could say that's a triangle. But the reason it's a triangle, if you get rid of it, is because of your EMAs. Your 200 is support. Your 50 is showing resistance. Right? As these things cross, they're going to force price to make a decision. When it comes to the majority of your wedges and your symmetricals, that's how those are formed. That's why they're formed. Price contracting between your EMAs. So the question is, what breaks first, 50 EMA or the 200? We've had 1, 2, 3, 4 attempts already at the 50. Is this trend line strong enough to hold, right? What's our historical volume supports? We'd have to pull up our VPVR. Okay, well that doesn't look great, right? This is our high volume node here, which means if this doesn't hold, if point of control doesn't hold, then we've got this volume gap. Remember what we said about these gaps. When price moves through these, it moves through them quick. Right, so if that's our volume gap and our uptrend starts here, which is at the bottom of that volume gap, it tells me that this uptrend isn't very strong at all. Right, chances are that this isn't going to hold. So you can't count on that uptrend for support. You can't count on the uptrend for support, then you've got to look for support to hold, right? But there's no volume. When you look at our support line on where price has gotten to, it's actually the lowest bit of volume in this entire gap, right? This divot in the gap, which means chances are that's not going to hold. So you got to count on this high volume node here, or where we are. If we come down under this level, chances are we're coming down to support 155 or 165, right, to this level. A man said 9 peaks in a shopping cart. That well, what you want to shoot for is that point where your MACD flips, right, at its peaks. So if it's underneath the histogram, it means there's selling pressure, but you want to catch it as it pivots. And then the confirmation is obviously when you get back, when you get back to green. Like if you look at the MACDs on the weekly for Bitcoin, it's right at the flip. Did they take it all back on Trump? I figured they would eventually. Yeah. Not enough hype to get above the 50. Ouch. That's funny. I'm dead. All right, I'll be right back. I'll leave it on the 5 minute. 5 minutes trying to get bullish momentum back. Same as we said on the bottom, price over the 50 doesn't matter. It needs to drag that 13 over. One candle of confirmation. Make sure. I'll be right back.
Well, you over Trump? Oh my goodness. Oh my. You have to think like the machine. Mars now. What? Dang, they got me.
Oh, I get that. I guess that SR got to flipping. My bad. I'm here, yo. I'm just catching up on some research and some earlier than usual. It's already 4 o'clock. I don't know where the day went. Yeah, no, right? Fact. Yeah, it was the power and the internet on and off yesterday. That storm was... So even Starlink, I would have had issues. I'd have had to keep going on and off generator. I still had access to my trades though, so that's fine. I just couldn't stream. I mean, I would want to see WIF lose momentum on the 5-minute, but yeah, this sort of... Right, this is a bearish channel. These tend to break down. But you kind of have to wait for confirmation. I could easily just come down like this, do that, and then come down. Or a double top. But yeah, I'd be watching it for it to start losing momentum.
What does XRP look like for you at the moment?
Alright, well, if you're in already, then you want to wait for... Just watch your 1 minute here. Since you're in before you're supposed to, you want to make sure that you're at least on the 1 minute, get that 13 across. XRP, you said?
Yeah.
XRP looks actually pretty similar.
Sort of similar, huh?
Yeah, pretty straight sort of bearish channel. This is low time frame stuff, but attempting those highs.
Mm.
Let's look to the left. Not really a whole hell of a lot. Probably some pretty strong high volume nodes because of all of that. You're at your 800 on the hourly. And you're coming up to some pretty big high volume nodes here. So you're gonna need some volume to get above that. Pretty quick move through the gap like we were saying. But you need to flip some of this stuff into support here. Looks like your W. Oh, yeah. Might take you right into those nodes.
No, it's probably not what people want to hear, but I'm thinking it might actually bounce back to 219.
Yeah, I mean, you got these vectors left behind at least at 221. You
Yeah.
did get pretty significant buying pressure there. But that would be this gap here. Losing 224, and you would come into this sort of gap.
221.
So here, more than anything, right? The 800, are you going to get above this 800 or not? Then if you don't, then you start looking at, okay, well, where is it going to... Plenty of support there. Plenty of places for it to catch. Volume-wise, at least. Popping now. Yeah, it's sort of like how we were just looking on Whiff. Right, talking about if it was to pop some of its highs. It's just a little bit ahead of Whiff. Where it's actually done that already.
Yeah.
Alright, so let's go to the 4 hour and see if we can get some closing candles. I mean the 1
you
hour.
did the 4 hour.
The 4 hour, the 200 is the 800 on the 1 hour.
No.
So we're looking for opening and closing candles above the 800.
That's interesting. Interesting when you put up that chart.
W pattern here.
I think your storm made it over here.
Oh man. Rough.
It's raining really hard and there's sirens going off.
Yeah, we even had tornado sirens. You don't ever have tornado sirens down here. We didn't have sirens, but we had warnings.
Man, it's been some rain to California.
They're going off right now. Hopefully I don't lose power.
So coming up into this range though, once you get that, like it brings you right into those high volume nodes that we were talking about.
Yeah.
So it's either these high volume nodes hold and the 800 acts as resistance, or you make it up to this next level here, where you have your even if it doesn't go on the first, it doesn't really matter, right? Like as long as it stays in the range and it gives you a little. But if I was in control, I'd have to come down, grab this vector, and then go up and make an attack.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, because you're not gonna get a whole lot of resistance through this range. On the micro, yeah, but like on this time frame, on the hourly.
I would love to grab some more at about 222, 221. That would be really nice.
Yeah.
More important question, what did you have for lunch today?
I haven't even. I need to. I'm not used to being up this early, bro. I'm used to eating at a certain time during the day, but it's because I wake up at a certain time. And I was like, why am I so hungry? And I was like, oh yeah, I've been up since like 8.
You're gonna get hangry, dude.
No, I'm gonna try to flip my schedule now.
Oh,
I need to try to at
that's the
least
plan.
reclaim a couple more hours in the daytime, you know?
Yeah.
Take advantage of it.
Well, the longest day of the year is coming on. Funny, my friend over here, I play golf with him, Dr. Harris, he's a chiropractor. He's from South Africa. We actually met when I played rugby and I injured my shoulder. And then this guy, hey, from South Africa. I pick up that accent. And his birthday is on the shortest day of the longest day of the year, and my birthday is on the shortest day. And we were laughing because in South Africa it was the opposite. I used to be the longest and he used to be the shortest. But the minute we went to the northern hemisphere, it became the shortest and the longest.
That's funny.
It's weird.
That's the best type of doctor, yo. Doctor money, no blood.
And I really hope.
That's it. We rejected the red line. That's the flip.
Yeah, I mean, we flipped, yeah. We were waiting to see if that support would eventually flip to resistance. You could, I guess, like I don't like angled cup and handles personally. I think that the power of a cup and handle comes from
Gotta
a
have that
double
on it, huh?
high diaries, right? So let me give you an example. If price had come up to here and then come and made the cup and then made the handle, I'd be saying, yeah, this hasn't invalidated until you come down underneath the handle. And some people will tell you it doesn't matter. And I mean, I'm not saying these people are wrong, but my cup line has to be flat, right? If you're looking at an angled cup line, it's cool. Like some people be like, no, it's just an angular cup and handle. The problem is that the power of a cup and handle comes from the fact that you're coming back up to a double top that you weren't able to break before, but you got a more shallow retracement than you did the first time, showing that you have increased buying pressure. And it's the break of that singular point in the chart that gives you the explosive move for a cup and handle. And I feel like it loses that strength when the cup and handle isn't horizontal.
Yeah.
Same for head and shoulders.
Meaning we can come down to that 105 again.
Yeah.
Call it 105 after that. First the 105.6 and then the 105. Right?
I think we come all the way down to the bottom of the flag.
Look at all the money lying there.
Like I said, guys, like when you're in ranges, you have to assume that the range is going to continue. It's going to save you a lot of money if your initial assumption is that resistance is resistance until it's not, and support is support until it's not. And once a resistance is hit, a support will be they'll seek out support. And once support gets hit, they'll seek out resistance. Now we look for evidence that that's not going to happen, right? We look for increased volume. We look for buy walls, sell walls. We look for all the evidence in the world that it's not going to happen. But when the environment is exactly the same as the last time that we went from supply to resistance, then you can expect it to keep doing that until something changes. I'll reverse the chart and look at it. Let's do that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So reverse the chart and look at it. We're still in this very beautiful bull flag that has me feeling very bullish. We've hit the bottom of that bull flag. We've put in a higher low, which leads me to think that we're going to grab this vector that's above us and probably make an attempt at the top of this bull flag. I see plenty of liquidity above that vector gap to give us gas at the attempt to break that bull flag, which gives me sort of more confidence that my target 1 and maybe target 2 are in play.
Yeah, we spoke about that yesterday. I think that might be the moneymaker goal there. I mean, it's obviously no one can say, but I think that's the most obvious for me at the moment. Before we, otherwise, where's the money going to come from to jump higher than high?
I mean, the one good thing that I would say that that I could say, the one counter thing I could say is that we've had a higher high, a lower high, and subsequent lower highs, right? But that's what builds the bull flag, right? Lower highs, lower lows.
Yeah.
So what would change my thesis is if we broke down out of the bottom of this, right? If we turned around here, lost that lower low, broke out of the bottom, I'd say, okay, that's no longer a bull flag. You know, we've rolled over.
Yeah.
But we would have to also break this support, which is a very resistance, which is a very well established, right? So there's a couple of things going against that. Is it possible? Yeah, but is it the most probable? No, it's not.
But what would be a
So then
what
if
would
we
be a
flip the
wide
chart
range?
back over, we
Yeah.
flip the chart back to where it's supposed to be, then yeah, then I have to be real and say that unless something really changes here, we go lower.
And what would
100K
be
is
a
my
time
target.
frame? Because that can also play a role on it.
Yeah.
It obviously can't stay too long, so it should be about a week.
I had the chart inverted, Lily. Somebody asked me to invert the chart real quick and take a look at it. We're not saying it's going up. The chart was upside down. I was trying to prove my thesis that it should go down.
It's just so much money lying down there. So much money. You think it's possible to play out in a week already?
Yeah, I think it should. I think in the next 2 weeks, this should all be taken care of.
Oh, wow.
Well, we start running into time crunch issues if it starts taking too long. I mean, I'm not saying it has to, obviously. I'm hoping that in the next 2 weeks, it's taken care of. Like, let's invert the chart again and think back to how many times we've seen this play in reverse. Where price pumps up, eats through all of those liquidations, runs out of liquidations. Like, because if you, as you see here, all of these liquidations went into position here. All of these plays. So completely ran out of liquidations. Came back down. Gave the bears the drop they wanted so that they could short. Kept retail in a pattern that they recognized so it wouldn't kill sentiment. Waited for the shorts to pile up enough to give you the gas to break through the resistance you couldn't the first time, and then made the move. Like, we've seen it over and over and over long. We actually hope for this when we're long. Like, this is the setup, you know what I mean? We start looking and we're like, oh, look, they're getting greedy, you know, and then you get to major resistance and you're like, okay, then you start looking for your higher low. We just have to get used to spotting it and spotting its invalidations, the opposite.
It's going to screw up so many people, I'm telling you now.
Yeah. I was saying it earlier. I was saying I think we drop. I don't think the drop's big enough for anybody to be making rash decisions unless you see dominance go absolutely crazy where it's just skyrocketing. Then you might want to make some hard choices. But it's more of a buying opportunity dip than a selling opportunity dip. I mean, to be fair, you should have already taken some profits off of your plays if you're playing sort of responsibly. So now's an opportunity to put those profits back in if something like that were to play out. Just speaking generally, not financial advice.
I think a lot of that, where it's just lying there waiting, is people that were in a very long when Bitcoin started running over 100,000 again.
Yeah. And you can't be mad at the guys that got in at 74 to be looking for one more sort of compounding, opportunity.
Did you look at the question there? The anti-parasitic has got a question there about your hyperliquid whale.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like to look at that shit for fun. I'll be completely honest with you. It doesn't affect my trading style at all. Like when we were chasing that win guy and all that, like I didn't make any decisions based off of that. And I paid attention to it, but he was counter trading trend. So the trend itself was against him, at that point. I could see maybe some people reading into it. I don't know. I don't give it much weight. They are throwing around a lot of big money over there, though. From what I've noticed, hyperliquid whales sort of tend to be bullish. Just from a 2,000-foot view.
Looks like XRP is following BTC now. It break loose a bit, but I think Bitcoin's the trend setter now.
Yeah, dominance is putting in a little bearish channel here. We'll see if it can actually break and give us another level. It's not going to stop the alts from dropping, but it'll reduce the intensity of it at least. You mad you got an open mic?
Oh, my bad.
You're good, bro.
I'm turning it off right now. I think you said it because I was about to walk downstairs. Damn. My bad.
Okay.
Put it off right now.
All right, let me slide over and finish some of this research. What we're watching here, guys, is first at 50. And then the uptrend, 200, bottom of the range. Right, so there's definitely spots on the way down that it can catch, but for the most part, I think we come down to the bottom of this bear flag. If it's gonna hold, my opinion, it has the best chance to do it here while it's above its 800 and its 50. Once it loses that, the job's gonna get a little bit rougher.
Already been a busy day for Bitcoin
Yep. Yep.
after that long sideways that we had.
Just to find ourselves back in the range, but yeah, it moved at least.
Well, you called it. I've been waiting since Friday.
Oh man. Dom is not listening, guys. Dom said, don't try to put me in a box. Nobody puts Dom in a corner. Try to restrict my free movement. All right. Might be time to cheat a little bit, I guess.
It was actually a good question, anti-parasitic. I actually enjoyed listening to the Dbloc's explanation on that. Thor hammer.
All the bull flags that your alts are sitting in right now are at risk. Those little hourly flags that we've put in. If Bitcoin breaks these EMAs and keeps doing this, you're gonna lose your bull flags.
Dbloc, do you have OCD?
Yeah, with a nice little sprinkle of ADHD.
I can see it in the way that you move the hammer around to be precise where it needs to be.
Oh no, it drives me crazy, bro. You can see it when I readjust patterns on wicks or getting the arrow straight to the pixel.
Yeah.
It also, if I let myself go off of instinct, it would also affect when I took profits. I need that pixel perfect touch on the price point of the measured move to be happy. I don't wait for it now, right? I'll take it early.
Yeah.
But yeah, that dopamine hit from getting it right on the pixel. Hard to beat that.
Man, I'll tell you, on the 1 minute, Bitcoin now looks like a Mount Everest and a K1 next to one another. It's insane.
The hammer's now gone into automatic mode. It's trying here. You see it hammering down. Look, it's moving. It'll go into automatic and it'll literally look like it's trying to. There you go. Nice big hit. Do that again.
Yeah, at Mount Everest and K2 next to one another. It's definitely a busy day.
Yeah, Care. It's a gift and a curse, I guess.
The only curse I see in it is the problem with me is when everything has to be precise. My wife's like that too. It takes you longer to actually finish something. Doesn't matter what you're busy with because everything has to be precise. Reshuffling or whatever. Doesn't matter what chore you're doing or thing. It just takes longer because it has to be right. Being like that as a kid too.
When I think back, I'm like, yeah, I can see the signs. I wasn't diagnosed or anything. It's a rough mix though because your OCD and things always have to be in a certain place and everything's got to be a certain way. But you have ADHD, so you're dopamine deficient.
Yeah.
So you have to will yourself to actually do those things, right? There's no physical reward for work. Yeah, it's a rough mix.
Actually, a good way of stating it. Yeah.
Makes a strong will. You need it, or else shit doesn't get done. If I don't have a strong will, bro, shit doesn't get done.
Yeah. My wife likes it. She says if I hang something up on the wall, she knows it's right. She doesn't even have to go and look because I remeasure and eyeline on that piece of freaking art, and then I'll go back to it. And she's like, "Yeah, I like that actually."
Well, she probably learned her lesson and touched it a couple times and felt the
Dude,
wrath. You
let
know
me
how
tell you, we're at
long
the
it took
point
me
if
to
we
get
go
that
to a
right.
restaurant, Dbloc, she will make me sit on the side where she knows there's art on the wall that squint. I'm the guy that gets up, I walk, and I'll readjust it in front of everyone and
Oh,
go
that's
back. I
hilarious.
even once asked the waiter to do that, but she'll sit and look at me. How long will it take my eye to catch that? And then she starts sniggering, and then I know, you planted this one on me.
That's funny.
But she's like that too. All her, what do you call it? Those Yeti, all the Yeti, what do you call them? Flasks. They all have to be the Yeti face to the front when she places them in the cupboard, and the lids have to face a certain way on top because you don't press the lid in. You keep it open for ventilation. So I laugh at her as well. It goes both ways.
Yeah, my OCD is pattern based. Patterns just
Now
so for
that's
me,
interesting.
yeah, for me it's I've always looked at it like a superpower for trading. It's not very difficult
Oh
for me
man,
to pop out repeating patterns or fractals or
so you spotted.
it's pretty
That's
easy for
actually
me.
cool. That's actually cool to find your niche in it. That's cool. I like that. No wonder you're always so busy on it. You just love it. That's why.
Yeah, yeah, it feeds that part of my brain. Yeah, I'm not on any stimulants or anything, no Adderall or nothing. Raw dogging it. Well, coffee and nicotine, but yeah. Caffeine, nicotine, and FOMO. Get the whole heart pumping.
Yeah. Looks like some people also have it here in the chat. I see Aeon. He actually went to a psychiatrist to get an Adderall. And now he didn't know he had it until he went there.
Yeah, I think it's a common problem. It's probably one of the most undiagnosed. People
Yeah.
just go through life thinking, "Oh, I'm just lazy," or damn, I'm just tired all the time. But what I mean, you make excuses and shit.
Now this is the time where I'm interested in, because I want to see this phase now on Bitcoin here at the 105,860. What's going to happen now? It's going
Yeah,
to go further down and trace on that 105,605. Oh, geez, just as I said it, look at that candle. Holy hell.
level that we don't want to lose.
Wow. That's a sell-off and a half there.
No problem, diaries. Congratulations on your trade, brother.
would just like to sit next to someone at one of these big companies or institutions when they actually press that button and they go, okay, selling millions. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Man, we do that shit at points in the chart. They probably do it like before lunch break. All right, we're going to lunch. Hold on. I was supposed to sell some shit today. Like they're not even looking at
If
the
you say
chart.
it like that, that's freaking funny. Like
It's a corporate
sandwich on the
job. You
other
know
hand.
how it
Like,
is, bro. How much
well,
effort?
you've been there.
How much
You've been there.
effort does anybody really put into corporate jobs? Like,
And you remember when you were corporate Wall Street, when your first big one that you got? Can you remember that feeling?
nah, I was never institutional. The closest I ever got to institutional trading was when I went to New York Institute of Finance. I got to sit with some of the who were going to be, you know, the masters of the universe and legacy. All there, they were a bunch of stupid rich kids, bro. I'll be honest with you. Most of the kids in school came from money. First of all, most of them. There was a couple of self-made. Most of them came from money. And most of them had absolutely no idea when it came to trading, bro. Just school, just all stuff that they learned in class.
Yeah.
There was a couple of guys that had experience and came in that were like older, that but most of them were really, really fresh out of school. And they go from that straight to the, $1 million accounts, bro.
Wow.
Daddy's office and, whatever little deals they get.
Yeah, I think it's like everything in life. There's a huge difference between practical and theory. I always say that. I studied T1 quantity survey and architectural drawings and stuff like that as well before I went into IT. And when you go out in the field, massive difference. I don't care who you are. It's just the practicality. When you start doing things, that's when you actually learn. That's life.
And I think there's a difference between being yeah. And I think there's another level when somebody's autodidactic. Like when somebody has taught themselves everything. That comes from necessity. Right? The only time somebody does that is because you're in the game and you need to figure it out. You know what I mean? And the way that you can tell, and it's funny because somebody called me out on this like 4 years ago, 5 years ago. And that's not a call out because I think it's a good thing. They were like, you taught yourself everything you know. And I was like, how do you know that? And he's like, because you pronounce words wrong. It's like, what? Because there's certain finance terms that you pronounce wrong, but you have a better grasp on the concept than people who pronounce them properly. And it's because there was no teacher there when you learned to tell you it's pronounced like this or it's pronounced like that, or it's, you know what I mean? And he was 100% correct. Yeah, he was 100% correct.
As a songwriter, I've got some stuff that played on the radio and things and whatever, but there's so many people that can't read music, which is fascinating to me, where their style of music writing is sort of outside the boundary that was set for you when you do classical training.
Yeah.
And that's why so many people that I know say they'll never go and learn music. They do it this way. Otherwise, they'll get curbed.
It puts you in a
And
box.
one of them is Bob Stanley from Saint Etienne, and Paul McCartney. Paul McCartney said he still struggles to read music, but give him an instrument and he can play it because he plays his own stuff and he knows what he does. It's interesting. It's just interesting how I think you think outside the box with when it comes to trading, and I think you talking about you now, Dbloc. I think like what you said with your OCD, I think things pop to you in a different way than someone who had the training and then went into the system kind of thing, and didn't learn everything by themselves like you did.
Yeah, I feel like it does put you in a box sometimes. There's things I would have had to unlearn, right? Had I been classically trained, there's habits I would have had to break that I never created in the first place.
Yeah. Because I'm sure when you sat with the guys, those rich kids and so on, when you sat with them, you could see a pattern. Because I'm sure there's a pattern with them. Because remember, they come from, this is the index, and this is what you have to follow.
Yeah,
Whereas,
It was all very.
you know what I mean? What I'm getting at.
To them, the whole feeling was like it was guaranteed. Like, oh, so we know the game. You come in, I just have to get this, and we're gonna do this, and it's right with when you're playing with the amount of money that they're playing with, and you have the possibility, but you have the leeway over there to be only right a couple times a year and still do well.
Yeah.
If you're doing better than 25% a year, you are a god on Wall Street. If
Now,
you can,
question, do
on
you think
paper,
they stick to
ensure
basis?
25% a year, you can probably walk into any trading firm and get a desk.
Okay.
So that's what they shoot for. Anything above that is like look at this tryhard over here.
Is there like a basic guideline that they have to stick to?
Honestly, the what they follow the most is just mean reversion to the 50 EMA.
Oh.
But they don't even teach using smaller EMA. For them, it's literally price above the EMA bullish, price below the EMA bearish, because the amount of they don't worry about the fake outs. The fake outs come out in the wash, right? The amount of trading that they do, they're still going to be up more than they're down.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, it's why their wins are so low. If they took trading a little bit more serious, they could probably do better than 25% per year, per year.
Would I be right then in saying that they would actually suck in smaller quantities if they have to do it in
Oh
smaller
yeah.
quantities?
Oh yeah. No. Most of these people aren't trading on their own. They're probably just using their money, investing in something long term, buying index funds.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a completely different style of trading too. If you ever had a funded account, it's like, yeah, no, I would be pissed if I traded no. I couldn't trade my account the way I trade a funded. Because remember, the funded account, all you're doing is you're proving success. It's not even about money to them, right? You're just proving success. So you get out of your trades early. You leave meat on the bone. You know, all you care is that it was a successful trade, and then you move on to the next one.
Yeah, Rug, getting back to what you were saying about the music, I think one of the most notable artists who was a musician that became an absolute master of the known techniques in music would be Bach, because the guy was phenomenal at the known processes of writing music, right? He took what Beethoven did and he took what all of these very prestigious musicians had done prior to Bach, and then he just took it to that next level of structured music development in the classical genre. So it's an interesting thing. I never studied music, and I'm one of those people, I just can't read notes. It's like a foreign language to me. I really did try when I was younger. I started playing music when I was like 5, and it's in the blood in the family. And, but I could not understand for the life of me notes and how to follow it. It was Chinese to me. But I began teaching myself a rather good one, a rather good musician, exceptional perhaps.
Yeah, we all build off of what came before. Like, I by no means reinvented, the wheel or anything. Like, I built off of Bukowski and I built off of Wyckoff. Like, I'm 1000% for if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know what I mean? But I just think through our years of trading, we've added a lot of unnecessary shit that's overcomplicated this.
Yeah. At what specific point did you literally sat down and learn about trading?
About 1.5 bull markets in, sitting in a puddle of tears and ashes. Which is where I think everybody starts to kind of take it serious. I mean, for me, so my first time around, I was like, okay, I had no idea what was going on. You know, I got right because I didn't know what was going on. And then I saw and heard about people who got out at the right time. And of course, you're like, oh, it's luck or insider information or whatever. But I started, you know, really dabbling a little bit there. It wasn't until my second bull market when I started to actually see some of the things that I had learned take place. And then I got around some people who were also doing TA. And then I started to be like, okay, there's a method to this. It's not, you know. But it wasn't really until I found out why price moves that it all really clicked, right? It's not until you get into the liquidity, I think, that it all starts to come together. Before then, you're using patterns to break down your percentage probability of something going up or down, and you know that works. But the missing ingredient is the liquidity and the liquidity providers, in my opinion. Wyckoff and Bukowski. Bukowski is the godfather, the grandfather of patterns, of chart patterns. And Wyckoff was the first one to notice the market maker. Even though he didn't know what he was looking at and he didn't have a name for it. Well, he had a name for it, but he was the first one to notice that markets move in a certain, that there is manipulation, what he calls manipulation, which is when he noticed that patterns wouldn't hold, right? And then he saw the fingerprint, and then he developed the accumulation methods, accumulation distribution. But one of the more important things that he came up with was what we call the market maker pattern, right? Which is your W, rise 1, retrace, rise 2, retrace, rise 3, retrace, M pattern, right? Drop 1, retrace, drop 2, retrace, drop 3, retrace, W pattern. That's also attributed to Wyckoff.
His book called Encyclopedia of Chart Patterns. I'm just checking online.
Yeah, that's Bukowski's book. Yeah, that's a life's work for him. Like years and years, decades of watching patterns play out. Thousands and thousands and thousands of bull flags and thousands and thousands and thousands of, you know, head and shoulders, and meticulously
And
writing
lots of it
down their
still in effect?
percentages and their, yeah, it's still to this day, the best thing ever written in my opinion when it comes to trading.
Wow.
The only thing is that when you read his book, he'll say, you know, he'll look at some patterns and he'll like, you know, traditionally a head and shoulders will take like 3 months to play out. But he's doing this on legacy, and he's also doing this on the macro, right? The benefit that we have is the increased volatility and the increased volume that we have in crypto. We get to see these patterns play out on 5-minute charts, 10-minute charts, 20-minute charts. But they're the same patterns with the same probabilities of breaking out. Only thing that's different is the time allotted for him, right? Which took him way longer. If he had crypto, he would have wrote that book in a lot shorter time, or he would have had way more data set, you know, bigger data set to work from.
Well, kudos to him for doing it
Yep.
so early on when, geez.
Yep. I can't even imagine, bro. Can you imagine just sitting there in real time, just tracking patterns meticulously over months and months and months? There's always going to be somebody more obsessed than you are, right? Which is why it's good to lean on other people. Because, yeah, you could do it. You could sit here and do it. Say, screw Bukowski. Maybe he was wrong. I'm going to do it myself. Cool. Let me know in 10 years what your book says. You know?
So this, yeah, I'm actually reading the header here on Amazon because I'm ordering it now. It actually says the market's best-selling and most comprehensive reference on chart patterns, backed by statistics and decades of experience. So I take it that's his experience going through on that.
Yeah, yeah. You can go into if you go into the Discord and you go into research and you go into chart patterns, those PDFs that I have in there are from the book.
Hold on.
So they're like
Say
just
again.
quick
If I
PDFs.
go,
It's under education, and then click on chart patterns, And you'll see these quick PDFs there for rising wedges, scallops, triple bottoms. I put all of the important ones, all the reoccurring patterns that we sort of see in crypto. So whenever you're trading and you find a pattern, just come to this section, grab the actual PDF, and give it a little read.
Trying to find the education chart patterns. Okay.
Yeah, it gives you your invalidations. It gives you
V tops, V bottoms, wedge.
the percentages of it hitting 50% of the measured move or 100% of the measured move. Let me get
When did
something
you
to
get
drink.
into
Hold
this?
on. My bad. You were saying?
When specifically, how long ago did you get into this book? Because I know when you said the trading, but did you
Almost
start with the
a
book as
decade
well?
ago now.
Oh wow.
Yeah. One of the first things I picked up to learn TA.
Yeah, liquid temptation. That's actually a good one. He says, can't imagine what his desk looked like for that research.
And then after that, a couple of good books on liquidity. There's one called Liquidity, Markets, and Trading in Action, which is decent. There's a couple, most of the good liquidity books are Forex books, to be honest with you. There's another one called Trading Liquidity.
I see.
Leverage liquidity for better entry and exit and risk management. I've been saying I'm gonna do it, but hold my feet to the fire. I want to open a library in the I want to open a library in the Discord. You just got to give me some time to get all the PDFs, so I can actually get all the sort of ebooks
Sounds cool.
and put them in there. M2 is looking good, Hoover. That's how we're looking on M2 right now. So far, we got our downturn that we were looking at for the red candle. Nobody died. Everybody's still here. Because everybody was. Now we just gotta wait for that to settle and get our next move out of here. Alright, let me go figure out some lunch, guys, because I'm not gonna make it to my regular dinner time. I'll be back if we break out of this range at all.
Okay, okay.
So he was. So after you left, it wasn't. It really was not long at all after that. He disappeared. Like hanging out, hanging out, hanging out. Like maybe he's cleaning or rolling a joint.
man. Every time I step out of the car, it unmutes. I gotta remember that. Bitcoin dominance going up, 64.2%. Yeah, this seems like it's gonna be a bear summer. For all, at least.
Yeah, dominance keeps going up and down.
Yeah, they're just gonna probably just chop.
Yeah,
Chop all
look,
summer.
I'm holding ground, bro. I'm listening to Dbloc. I ain't touching no alts until we get the green light. I'm not doing none of that. Especially if I want to accumulate and all that. Trying to get in at a low price. Watch it grow over the summer, not vice versa. But yeah, I'm looking at Bitcoin. It's just doesn't know what it wants to do. Just very choppy. Very, very choppy, which means somebody's getting paid out, and it's not us right now, that's for sure. Big buys. What's up, fam bam? How we doing?